The Simpsons has been on the air since December 17th, 1989. 36 seasons. 788 episodes. The longest-running American animated series. The longest-running American sitcom. The longest-running scripted primetime program in the entire history of television. A record so enormous and so unprecedented that the medium of television itself has been unable to produce a second example of it in the 3.5 decades since this show began. And in all that time, not a single person in Springfield has aged a single day. Settle in, get comfortable, adjust your pillow, turn the lights down if you have not already. Because for the next 4 hours, we are going to walk through Springfield together slowly and without hurry, and we are going to explore every strange thing, every buried thing, every beautiful and disturbing and carefully hidden thing that this show has been quietly telling you since before some of you were old enough to watch it. This is not a countdown of fun facts. This is not a list of moments that will make you gasp. This is a long, patient, unhurried walk through one of the most carefully constructed fictional universes ever assembled for television, and we are going to take that walk the way it deserves to be taken. Slowly. With attention, without skipping past the parts that feel uncomfortable or strange or that take a moment to fully register. By the time we reach the end of this, you will never watch The Simpsons quite the same way again. Let's begin. Section 1. The nuclear power plant A&D, what it has done to Springfield. There is a building at the edge of Springfield that you have seen in the opening credits of every single episode of this show since 1989. Every episode. Without exception. For 36 years. 2 enormous cooling towers. A squat central structure sitting between them, a plume of steam rising into a sky that is always a specific shade of blue-gray, the exact color of a sky that has absorbed too much and stopped being surprised by anything that rises into it. The Springfield nuclear power plant sits at the edge of town, the way a dark star sits at the edge of a solar system, pulling everything toward it, bending the reality of the space around it, ensuring that nothing within its gravitational field can ever quite escape its influence. The plant is the first thing you see in the opening credits. When the camera pulls back across Springfield at the beginning of every episode, when it sweeps through downtown and past Moe's and past the school and past every other landmark that has become as familiar as a neighborhood you grew up in, the first structure the camera settles on is the plant. 2 towers. A plume of steam. The source. For 36 years, most people looked at that image and thought of it as scenery, as the backdrop for the joke, the nuclear plant as set piece for satire about corporate negligence and American working-class life. The incompetent safety inspector, the ancient billionaire, the 3-eyed fish in the river. It is all very funny, and it is meant to be funny. And the jokes are good, and the satire is sharp, and the show has been doing this particular bit for so long that the images have become icons rather than observations. But here is the thing about the Springfield nuclear power plant. It is not scenery. It is not backdrop. It is not a prop deployed in service of a specific kind of political comedy. It is the engine of Springfield. It is the cause of Springfield. It is the single entity that, when you follow its consequences far enough in every direction, explains almost every strange and impossible to explain thing about. This town, its residents, and the reality they inhabit. And the show has been telling you this for 36 years. Not subtly, Not in buried subtext, in plain, canonical, repeatedly depicted story elements that the comedy has been keeping you from stopping to examine. Let us stop. Let us examine them. We start with what the show tells us directly, without ambiguity, without requiring any theoretical framework to interpret. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. This is stated or depicted in various episodes. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, who is the oldest man in Springfield, the wealthiest man in Springfield, and who has occupied both of those positions for longer than anyone currently alive in the town can personally remember. The plant is the primary source of electrical power for every home and business in Springfield. Without it, the lights go out. Without it, the heating stops. Without Burns's cooperation, the entire infrastructure of ordinary daily life in this town ceases to function. That is the leverage. That is the position from which everything else flows. Now here is what else the show tells us, just as directly, just as clearly, without requiring any interpretation at all. A surprise safety inspection of the plant, conducted in the show's early seasons, found 342 individual violations. 342. Take a moment with that number, because its scale is important. Nuclear facilities in the real world operate under regulatory frameworks that treat even minor violations seriously. A handful of procedural issues can trigger formal reviews, mandatory shutdowns while corrective action is implemented, fines that run into millions of dollars, and sustained oversight that continues long after the immediate problem has been addressed. The entire regulatory apparatus around nuclear energy exists precisely because the consequences of institutional failure in this specific industry are so catastrophic and so far-reaching that no one has ever argued the oversight is unnecessary. 342 violations does not describe a facility that has been slightly neglected. 342 violations describes a facility that has been maintained in a state of ongoing, deliberate, institutional danger. A facility where the violations are not the result of oversight or resource limitations or bureaucratic confusion, but of an active, consistent, decades-long decision to let the problems accumulate rather than address them. The estimated cost to repair all 342 violations to bring the plant up to the minimum standard that the law requires was $56 million. Mr. Burns refused to spend it. This is the detail that matters. Burns is a billionaire. He has been a billionaire for decades, possibly for a century depending on which episode you take as your reference point for his personal history. $56 million is not a trivial sum. But it is not a sum that would bankrupt a man of Burns's means. And Burns knows it. He is not refusing because the money is unavailable. He is refusing because spending the money would require acknowledging that the problems exist. And acknowledging that the problems exist would invite the question that Burns has spent decades ensuring nobody in Springfield ever gets around to asking with any seriousness. If the plant has always been this dangerous, if the violations have been there for this long, what has 3 decades of operating a nuclear facility with 340? 2 unaddressed violations already done to the town that surrounds it? The violations themselves, when you look at them one by one rather than as an aggregate number, stop looking like a comedy bit and start looking like something considerably more disturbing. Radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water. This is not a theoretical violation about improper paperwork. This is radioactive material, the kind of material that alters the biology of living organisms upon contact, being placed into the waterways from which Springfield draws its water supply. Radioactive contamination in water does not announce itself visually. It does not have a color or a smell that would allow someone filling a glass from their kitchen tap to know that something is wrong. It enters the water and it moves through the water and it accumulates in the bodies of the organisms that drink it. And it does its work over years and decades in ways that are difficult to trace back to their source even when you are actively looking. Radioactive waste being dumped onto children's playgrounds. In multiple episodes, the show depicts what happens in the areas immediately surrounding the power plant. The ground is contaminated. The soil contains materials that should not be in soil. Children play there. Children play there every day. Because children do not know what radioactive contamination looks like, and the adults in their lives in Springfield are not connecting the dots. Between the plant and the playground, for reasons that we will examine in considerable detail as we continue. Plutonium being used as a paperweight. On someone's desk. In a building where people work 8-hour shifts. Plutonium, a radioactive element with a half-life measured in thousands of years. Sitting on a desk. In a room where human beings breathe the same air for 8 hours at a time. Cracked cooling towers that have been patched with chewing gum. The cooling towers are not merely decorative elements of the plant's exterior. They are a critical component of the facility's safety infrastructure, part of the system designed to prevent radioactive steam from being released into the surrounding atmosphere. When the cooling towers are compromised, the barrier between the reactor's contents and the open air is compromised. The show depicts them as cracked. The show depicts the response to those cracks as a wad of chewing gum. This is presented as a joke. It is also a description of a specific ongoing failure mode that would, in any functional regulatory environment, trigger an immediate shutdown. Luminous rats running through the facility's walls and floors. Not regular rats. Rats that glow. Rats that have absorbed sufficient radioactive material into their bodies that those bodies emit visible light. Rats that are running continuously through the structure of a building that sits on top of the town's groundwater, adjacent to the river that feeds into the local water supply. And then there is the detail that the show delivers most casually, the one that gets the least attention despite being the most overtly horrifying element of the plants. Inspection results. Human skeletons in the basement. Human skeletons in the basement of a working nuclear power plant. The show shows you this and moves on. There is no follow-up investigation. There is no moment where the inspector stops and says, "I'm sorry, we need to talk about these human bones," before we continue cataloging the chewing gum on the cooling towers. The skeletons are noted in the violation list, and then the episode continues, and you are left to do whatever you choose with the information. Who were those people? How did they end up dead in the basement of a reactor facility? How long have they been there? Who in the Springfield power structure knew about them and chose not to report them? And what does their decision to not report them tell us about the other things that are not being reported? The show does not tell you. The show shows you the bones and trusts that most viewers will experience this as a punchline and move on. But the bones do not stop being bones just because the scene is played for laughs. Now here is the person who stands between all of this and the people of Springfield. Homer J. Simpson, Safety Inspector, Sector 7G, Springfield Nuclear Power Plant. Homer Simpson is the man whose professional function is to ensure that the facility does not poison an entire town. His job title is Safety Inspector. His role, in any functional interpretation of what that role means, is to identify safety problems, escalate them to the appropriate authorities, and take action to ensure they are addressed before they harm the population that lives downwind of those cracked cooling towers. Homer Simpson has an IQ of approximately 55. This is not an assessment based on behavioral observation. This is a figure that the show's own creator, Matt Groening, has referenced in interviews when discussing the character. An IQ of 55 places Homer well below the threshold that clinical psychology uses to define intellectual disability, which is typically set at around 70. Homer does not just fall below the threshold. He falls well below it, into a range where sustained, independent, complex cognitive tasks are not realistically expected. In the episode where a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood is discovered and removed by a doctor who is willing to perform the procedure, Homer's cognitive function improves dramatically and rapidly. He becomes articulate. He becomes perceptive. He becomes capable of analyzing his environment and his circumstances with a clarity that is, in context, genuinely startling. He writes and submits a scientific paper about the health effects of the nuclear plant, and it is taken seriously by the scientific community. He processes the world around him with an intelligence that the people around him, people who have known him for decades, struggle to recognize as belonging to the same person. And then Homer has the crayon put back in. He chooses to return to a state of significantly reduced cognitive function because being intelligent in Springfield was isolating and painful in ways that being the Homer everyone knows is not. He saw too clearly. He understood too much. The fog for Homer was not just a limitation, it was a mercy. But here is where the crayon stops being a gag and starts being evidence. How did a crayon get lodged in a young child's brain? The mechanics of the episode establish that a young Homer pushed a crayon up his nose far enough that it entered his brain tissue. This is an unusual injury. It is the kind of injury that would be immediately apparent to any medical professional examining the patient. Not through some arcane diagnostic procedure, but through any basic imaging that would be performed in the course of standard pediatric care. An X-ray, a CT scan. Any examination that produced an image of the inside of Homer's skull would show a foreign object embedded in the brain tissue. Homer has been living in Springfield his entire life. Springfield has doctors. Springfield has a hospital. The show depicts Homer visiting medical professionals in numerous episodes across the show's run. Not one of those medical professionals in all of those years and all of those visits found the crayon. Either every doctor in Springfield is incompetent at a level that transcends anything that could be accounted for by the ordinary variation in human professional competence, or someone knew the crayon was there and made a deliberate professional decision not to remove it. The second possibility has implications that extend well beyond Homer's personal medical history. If the medical establishment in Springfield is operating under some form of institutional pressure, if doctors in this town have been advised, or incentivized, or instructed, through whatever mechanism Burns's influence would use to leave certain things unfound, then the crayon in Homer's brain is not an anomaly. It is a data point in a pattern that suggests Springfield's healthcare infrastructure is not functioning in the interest of Springfield's residents. A pattern that suggests someone or some institution has a vested interest in ensuring that the people of Springfield remain in a state of cognitive impairment that prevents them from asking the most important question available to them. Why are we all like this? Now, The Fish, Season 2. A fisherman pulls a catch from the river that runs near the Springfield nuclear power plant. The fish has 3 eyes. This is not a subtle mutation. This is not a mutation that requires specialized equipment to detect or scientific training to identify. This is a fish with an extra eye that is plainly visible to anyone who looks at it. The fish is named Blinky. Blinky becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as the centerpiece of an environmental campaign argument. The logic of the argument is simple. Here is a fish with 3 eyes, pulled from a river that is adjacent to a nuclear power plant with documented safety violations. And the Conclusion that a reasonable person should draw from this evidence is that the plant is contaminating the water. Burns responds by having himself filmed eating the fish on live television. The implication is clear. The fish is safe to eat. The fish is harmless. There is nothing to worry about. And the town, watching Burns consume the three-eyed fish without immediate visible consequence, shrugs and moves on. Nobody conducts a study. Nobody sends samples to a university laboratory. Nobody petitions the EPA. Nobody stands up at a town meeting and says the words that every parent in Springfield should have been saying since the moment they saw that fish on the news. If the fish in our river have three eyes, what is happening to the people drinking from the same river? The answer to that question has been in the show since Season 8, the Springfield Files episode, which takes its framing from the X-Files and spends most of its runtime being a very good parody of that show, ends with a revelation that has nothing to do with extraterrestrial life and everything to do with what radiation does to biological systems over extended periods of time. Homer sees what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. An extraterrestrial being, something not of this world, something that moves in ways that suggest a biology different from anything Homer has encountered before. It glows. Its skin has taken on a color that human skin does not normally take on. It moves with the unsettling, floaty quality of something that is not entirely comfortable with the physical laws governing the environment it finds itself in. The FBI is called. The investigation proceeds. America's finest investigative minds are brought to bear on the question of what Homer saw in those woods. And when the truth is revealed, it is this. The alien is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical regimen. The nature of the regimen is not fully specified, but its effects are described in enough detail to be instructive. The treatment is intensive. It involves significant quantities of chemicals and radiation therapy administered on a regular schedule. Following each session, Burns's body emits a visible green glow. The treatment sustains his biological function for exactly one more week. Without it, he dies. After each treatment, Burns wanders out of the medical facility in a state of what the show describes as euphoric disorientation. He stumbles through the woods adjacent to Springfield in a dazed condition that makes him appear to move differently from the way ordinary humans move, because his body flooded with whatever the treatment has administered is not quite operating under ordinary conditions. He glows in the dark, not as a metaphor, not as a joke. Mr. Charles Montgomery Burns, owner of the Springfield nuclear power plant, glows in the dark because his body has absorbed sufficient radiation through his personal medical regimen that it emits visible light. And the people of Springfield, who have been living next to a nuclear facility with 342 safety violations for 30 years, who have been drinking water from a river where the fish have three eyes, who have been breathing air that has been passing over cracked cooling towers patched with chewing gum, see a glowing figure emerge from the trees behind town. And their first instinct is alien, not the plant, not radiation, not the obvious, immediate, right in front of them explanation that the visual evidence most directly supports. Alien. That is how thoroughly the contamination has normalized itself. The visible, walking, glowing proof of what radiation does to biological systems has been right there on the edge of town, stumbling through the trees every week, for years. And the population's response is that it must be something from another planet. The Simpsons movie from 2007 provides what may be the most explicit institutional confirmation of the theory. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a level of severity that triggers a federal response. The Environmental Protection Agency, operating as a real government agency within the film's fictional reality, determines that Springfield has become a contamination threat, not just to its own residents, but to the surrounding region. The agency's assessment is that the pollution originating in Springfield is severe enough, concentrated enough, and dangerous enough that it represents a meaningful risk of spreading to communities outside the town. The solution the EPA implements is a dome, a massive, physical, transparent dome sealed over the entire town containing everyone and everything inside it. The federal government of the United States, acting through its environmental regulatory agency, looked at Springfield and concluded that the appropriate response was physical. Containment. Not a cleanup operation, not a fine, not a new set of regulations. Containment. The same response you would apply to a pathogen. Springfield was classified as a contamination zone, and every person who had been living in that contamination zone, drinking its water and breathing its air and going to school and working and raising families and living ordinary, daily lives in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers, was still inside the dome when it went up. They were sealed in with it. Now look at the residents, not as cartoon characters, but as the inhabitants of a real town within the logic of the show's own universe, through the lens of what you now know about what they have been. Living in. Homer Simpson. Bulging eyes. A significant overbite. 4 fingers on each hand instead of the 5 that normal human anatomy produces. A skull shape that does not correspond to normal human skull morphology. An IQ measured by the show's own creator at approximately 55. A healing rate that consistently defies biological possibility, allowing him to survive injuries that should produce permanent damage or death. A tolerance for physical trauma that is simply not consistent with normal human physiology. Homer has been working for his entire adult life in direct proximity to the active core of a nuclear reactor, Marge Simpson. The same bulging eyes, the same 4-fingered hands. A tower of hair that defies gravity in ways that no biological process can account for, maintaining its precise shape and height for 36 years without variation, growing straight upward against the pull of the earth in defiance of everything that physics says hair should do. Marge worked at the Springfield nuclear power plant. The show establishes this in multiple episodes. She was employed there. She was present in the facility. She was exposed to whatever the facility was emitting into the air inside its walls, and all 3 of her children were born after both she and Homer had been absorbing Springfield's environmental contamination for years. Bart. Lisa. Maggie. Born in Springfield. Raised in Springfield, attending school in Springfield. Drinking Springfield's water and breathing Springfield's air every day of their lives. And every single one of them displays physical characteristics that cannot be accounted for by normal human biology. The spiky hair that maintains its form without any product or intervention. The overbites. The eyes that protrude from their faces at angles that suggest unusual orbital structure. The yellow skin. The yellow skin. Here is the detail that makes the radiation theory snap into focus with a clarity that is difficult to argue with once you have seen it. When celebrities visit Springfield, when characters from outside the town arrive as guests, they look different from the Springfield residents. The difference is not subtle. It is not a minor variation in character design. It is a fundamental difference in how these people are drawn. Guest characters have more natural proportions. Their eyes sit in their faces at normal angles. Their hands have 5 fingers. Their skin, in most cases, is not the specific shade of yellow that covers every Springfield resident. The show draws outsiders with more realistic human proportions than it draws the people of Springfield. The explanation that virtually everyone accepts without question is that this is simply an artistic choice. This is the show's style. The Springfield residents look the way they look because that is how The Simpsons is drawn, and guest characters are drawn slightly differently because they are being introduced into a visual vocabulary that is not their native environment. That explanation is not wrong, as an explanation of what the animators are doing. But within the logic of the show's own universe, what the visual difference represents is this. There is a visible, consistent, observable difference between people who live inside the contamination zone and people who come from outside it. People inside the contamination zone look mutated. People outside it look like people. Even the animals express this pattern. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes and the same proportional anomalies as his owners. He was found at a racetrack, brought into Springfield, and now displays the visual markers of the contaminated environment. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. The wildlife of the Springfield ecosystem is demonstrably, visibly, documentably altered by the power plant's output. The show tells you explicitly, through the narrative of the 3-eyed fish, that the radiation is doing things to the biology of living organisms in this environment. It shows you the evidence. It depicts the cause and the effect, and then it proceeds to populate this same environment with human characters who all display visual anomalies that distinguish them from normally developing human beings. While the comedy ensures that nobody stops long enough to make the obvious connection. Burns has always known this. The show makes this explicit across multiple episodes, not as buried subtext but as fairly direct narrative content. Burns funds private medical research that goes well beyond what even a wealthy individual would typically invest in personal health care. He maintains private physicians whose work appears to involve methodologies that are not available in conventional medical practice. He undergoes weekly treatments that the Springfield Files establishes are keeping him alive through what amounts to a continuously managed state of radiation saturation in his own body. Burns understands the biology of radiation exposure better than any other person in Springfield, because radiation exposure is what his body runs on. His weekly treatments are not treating an external condition. They are managing a state of being that has become so integral to his biological function that removing the treatments would cause his system to collapse within a week. He knows what radiation does to living organisms, because radiation is doing something very specific to his own living organism, and he has spent what amounts to a century refining the management of that process using resources that nobody in Springfield has access to except through him. He has the pharmaceutical division. He has the private research apparatus. He has the physicians who understand his specific medical situation and who have, across decades of practice, developed the protocols that keep him alive. He knows what his plant is doing to Springfield. He is known since before most of the town's current residents were born. And Homer's employment at that plant is not the accident or the oversight that it might appear to be. The show addresses this directly in the episode, where the plant is briefly purchased by a group of German investors. The investors arrive and make 2 discoveries in rapid succession. First, they identify Homer as the facility's safety inspector and determine that he is not performing the function of a safety inspector in any meaningful sense. They fire him immediately. Second, they assess the full scope of the violations and discover that bringing the plant up to code would essentially bankrupt them. Burns buys the plant back. Burns immediately rehires Homer. This sequence makes the strategic logic explicit for anyone who is not already reading it from the background details of the show's earlier seasons. A competent safety inspector would shut the Springfield nuclear power plant down. Not eventually. Not after extensive regulatory negotiation. Within a week of conducting a thorough review of the violations are so numerous and so serious that there is no pathway to continued operation that passes through a competent inspector's desk. Homer ensures that the violations continue, not through malice, not through any conscious understanding of the role he is playing, but simply by being Homer, by falling asleep at his workstation and eating donuts during emergency warnings and not having the cognitive tools to understand what he is looking at, even when he is looking directly at it. Burns needed Homer in Sector 7G. He needed that specific kind of incompetence in that specific position. Not as a backup, not as a temporary measure, but as a permanent, protected, contractually guaranteed feature of the plant's operating structure. Because the alternative? A safety. Inspector who can read a violation report and understand what it means and has both the professional obligation and the cognitive capacity to act on it is the single greatest threat to Burns's arrangement with Springfield. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about this show. It explains all of them. The characters do not age because their biology has been mutated at the cellular level by decades of radiation exposure in ways that have altered the normal aging process. The town resets after catastrophic events because chronic neurological damage has compromised the population's ability to consolidate long-term memories related to traumatic or unsettling experience. Homer survives impossible injuries because his body has adapted to the contaminated environment in ways that make him indestructible at the cost of being cognitively devastated. Burns stays alive through treatments that would kill a healthy person because he has spent a century developing a personal management protocol for his own radiation exposure, using resources that give him options unavailable to anyone else in town. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this, because the same contamination that mutated their bodies also damaged the specific neurological structures responsible for the kind of sustained critical inquiry that might eventually produce someone who looks up at those cracked cooling towers and asks the question that changes everything. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentric, they are symptomatic, and the nuclear power plant that dominates their skyline, that provides their power, that employs their neighbors, that poisons their water, that irradiates their children, that funds the empire of the man who has been managing all of it for longer than anyone in town can remember, is not a background gag. It is the cause. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery from an injury that should be fatal. Every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every unexplained and seemingly inexplicable thing that happens in this town and gets absorbed into the ambient strangeness of everyday Springfield life. Every single one of them traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible contamination into the same water supply, feeding the same damaged brains that cannot figure out why their fish have 3 eyes and their children have 4 fingers. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not just part of this show. It is the engine of this show. And nobody in Springfield will ever figure that out. Because the plant already made sure they couldn't. If you're still with me and finding this interesting, go ahead and drop a comment right now. Tell me where you're watching from and what time it is wherever you are. I'd love to know how far across the world this has reached. And if you want to come back for more of this kind of slow walk through the things television hides in plain sight, hit subscribe. We have so much more to explore. The plant is the source of the contamination. Burns is the source of the plant's danger. Homer is the instrument Burns uses to keep the danger in place. And the town is the consequence of all three operating together, generation after generation, in a closed loop that has been running since before most of Springfield's current. Residents were born. Every piece of evidence the show provides, when assembled without the comedy obscuring the view, points in the same direction. Springfield is sick. Springfield has been sick for a very long time. And the medicine that would cure it is the one thing that nobody in Springfield has the cognitive capacity to seek, because the illness itself prevents the seeking. The plant made them this way. The plant made them unable to understand what the plant made them. It is the most elegant and most terrible thing the show has ever depicted. And it has been there since the first season. Section 2. Homer's coma. The dream theory that explains everything. Everything we just talked about. Every observation about the radiation and the contamination and the three-eyed fish and the glowing billionaire stumbling through the woods every week. Everything we just walked through together operates under one specific assumption. The assumption that the Springfield we are watching is real, that the events depicted are actually occurring, that the world exists in the way the show presents it, that Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie are actually living the lives the camera shows us they are living. And that assumption is the one that the most famous, most elaborately argued, most emotionally resonant fan theory in the show's history quietly and completely removes. Let us take our time with this one, because it is the kind of idea that needs to be built slowly to be felt properly. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of the show's fourth season aired on Fox. The episode was titled, "So It's Come to This, a Simpsons Clip Show," and the premise was exactly what the title suggests. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer. Each prank is larger and more disruptive than the one before it. The sequence escalates until Bart takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it in an industrial paint shaker, producing a can under such extreme internal pressure that when Homer opens it, the resulting explosion is violent enough to put him in the hospital. Homer is in a hospital bed. He is lying in a hospital bed recovering from a prank-induced explosion, which is the kind of sentence that only makes sense in the specific universe of this show. He sees a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He reaches for the machine. The machine tips. The machine falls. It lands on Homer. Homer Simpson flatlines. He enters a coma. This is not a cutaway gag. This is not a dream sequence that the show will pull the camera back from in the next scene to reveal Homer waking up and all of it being an elaborate fantasy. Homer Simpson's heart stops, the medical team works to stabilize him, and he enters a state of clinical unconsciousness that the episode explicitly depicts as lasting for 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer appearing to wake up. Bart is at his bedside, tearfully confessing that the prank was his fault. Homer springs upright and immediately, with the reflexive automaticity of a man responding to his most deeply ingrained behavioral pattern, begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Homer laughs. Everything returns to normal. The screen cuts to the credits. The show tells you Homer woke up, but in the final moments of the episode, before the credits roll, the show also tells you something else. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5%. Permanently destroyed. Never coming back. This is presented to him by the medical staff and received by him and by his family with the cheerful equanimity that the show applies to most catastrophic news. And Homer's response to learning that he has sustained permanent neurological damage is to laugh, even though he tells the people around him that he does not understand why he is. Laughing. The episode ends on that note, Homer laughing at brain damage he does not understand. The family finding this charming, And then The Simpsons continues for 32 more years, as if the coma and the 5% and the lost brain function and the laughter that Homer himself cannot explain have no significance beyond their function in the episode's final comedic beat. Unless they have every significance. Unless the show did not continue after that episode because Homer woke up. Unless the show continued because Homer never woke up at all. This is the Homer coma theory. It was originally articulated in its most complete form by a Reddit user posting under the name Hard Topic a Name, and it has since been discussed, extended, argued about, picked apart, and ultimately confirmed as internally consistent by a substantial portion of the Simpsons fan community, including, notably and revealingly, by some of the people who make the show. The basic premise, stated simply as this: Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. The machine came down. Homer's heart stopped. And what followed, every episode, every storyline, every character arc, every celebrity appearance, every impossible event in every subsequent season of this show is a dream being generated right now by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield, General, slowly and incrementally losing the brain function that the 5% was only the beginning of, while his family sits in chairs beside his bed and waits. The evidence is extensive. Let us walk through it carefully. The most immediately compelling piece of evidence is the tonal shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a specific kind of show. Not realistic in any strict sense, it was always a cartoon, always willing to deploy surrealism for comic effect, always happy to bend or break physical laws when the joke required it. But the emotional register of the first 4 seasons was grounded in something recognizable. The show dealt with recognizable human problems. Homer tries to stop drinking. Marge wrestles with the specific loneliness of a woman whose intelligence and ambition have been redirected into the narrow channel of household management. Lisa develops a powerful crush on a substitute teacher who is the first adult in her life to treat her intelligence as something worth engaging with. And then he leaves. And she has to process what that kind of loss does to a child who already feels profoundly undervalued. Bart faces the real possibility of academic failure, of being held back a year, of having the low expectations that the adults in his life have for him confirmed by official institutional judgment. These are stories about economic anxiety, marital difficulty, childhood loneliness, the specific struggles of a working-class family in a specific kind of American town. The show's comedy was built on recognition, on the audience seeing something in The Simpsons that they recognized from their own lives or the lives of people they knew. The show was very funny, but the thing underneath the funny was real. After the coma, something fundamental changes. Homer goes to space. This is not a dream sequence, and it is not a Treehouse of Horror episode. Within the show's regular continuity, Homer Simpson, the safety inspector from Sector 7G, goes to space on the space shuttle. He travels to orbit. He eats potato chips in zero gravity. He encounters an alien creature that turns out to be a species of space potato. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the spokesperson for a vigilante group that takes the law into its own hands. Homer discovers that his mother has been alive for his entire life, hiding from the FBI as a fugitive radical, and that the man he works for is directly responsible for her inability to return home. Homer joins a secret society that has been controlling Springfield's civic life from the shadows. Homer meets God. Not once. Homer meets God twice and has extended, substantive, directly reciprocal conversations with him about the nature of existence and Homer's place within it. The show transforms from a family sitcom grounded in the specific anxieties of American working-class life to something completely different. The main character of the later seasons is a man who has held hundreds of different jobs, traveled to dozens of countries, met multiple sitting presidents, befriended celebrities. From every conceivable field, survived physical trauma that a trained special operations soldier could not realistically survive, and maintained a consistent inability to learn from or be permanently changed by any of it. Every fan of The Simpsons has a theory about when the show got bad, when the quality declined, when the writing stopped being what it used to be. These conversations have been ongoing for approximately 20 years. The tonal shift is real and broadly acknowledged. The debate is always about cause, about what specific creative decision or personnel change or institutional pressure produced the change. The coma theory says the cause is not a creative decision. The cause is neurological. The Simpsons did not change because the writers changed. The Simpsons became unmoored from ordinary reality because Homer's brain became increasingly unable to maintain a coherent dream. The escalation of absurdity is not the result of writers who stopped caring about plausibility. It is the result of a dreaming brain losing structural coherence, its ability to maintain consistent internal logic degrading year by year as the neurological damage spreads. And the 5% becomes 10, becomes 20. The later seasons of The Simpsons feel like a different show because they are the product of a different brain state. The early seasons are Homer in a coma that is recent, still relatively intact, still generating dreams that draw on functional memory and intact narrative logic. The later seasons are Homer in a coma that has been going on for decades, a brain that has been generating dreams from increasingly degraded source material, producing increasingly fragmented and internally inconsistent content because the machinery generating it has been running without maintenance for too long. Now the God detail, because it is the one that makes the theory feel less like a structural observation and more like something the show is actually trying to tell you. 6 months before the coma episode, in September 1992, the show aired the 4th season premiere. The episode is called Homer the Heretic. In it, Homer decides to stop going to church, and the episode becomes a meditation on faith and institutional religion and what God might actually want from human beings versus what organized religion tells them God wants. Homer stays home, watches television, eats what he wants, lives according to his own preferences for a single Sunday, and he has what he describes as the best day of his life. That night, Homer has a dream. In the dream, he speaks with God, face to face, an actual divine conversation handled with the tonal blend of comedy and genuine theological engagement that the show manages in its best episodes. During that conversation, God tells Homer something. God says that Homer will learn the meaning of life, not immediately, not today, but one day. Homer's time is coming. Homer's time is coming. This line is delivered in September 1992. In April 1993, Homer Simpson enters a coma. The interval between the prophecy and the event is exactly 6 months. Now, within the comedy of Homer the Heretic, this line is simply God being gently enigmatic in the way that divine pronouncements in comedic contexts are supposed to be gently enigmatic. It reads as a joke. A bit of theological humor about the unknowable nature of divine planning. You hear it, you laugh or don't laugh depending on your response to the show's theological comedy, and you move on. But if the coma theory is true, that line is a prophecy, and the prophecy is not about Homer learning the meaning of life in some abstract spiritual sense. It is a warning. Homer's conscious waking life is coming to an end. His time is 6 months away. And what follows? All of it. Everything the audience has been watching for 32 years since that vending machine fell. is what happens after his time arrives. The aging problem, which is the deepest structural mystery of the show, is where the coma theory produces its most elegant and most emotionally devastating answer. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. This is not a minor inconsistency or a continuity glitch. This is the defining, unavoidable, unmissable feature of the show's relationship with time. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge look exactly the same as they looked in 1989, which was meant to be approximately 1989 within the show's fictional present, and now means that they look exactly the same in 2025. Every theory about The Simpsons has to account for this. The radiation theory proposes that cellular mutation has disrupted normal aging processes. The cartoon logic explanation says it is simply a production convention, the way most long-running animated shows handle the problem of time. Both frameworks are internally coherent. But the coma theory has the simplest answer, and the simplest answer is the one you carry home with you. Nobody ages because they exist in the mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and has not woken up. Of course his children do not grow. His unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing older because he was not present for the growing. He was not there when Bart turned 11. He was not there when Lisa became a teenager. He was not there for any of it, and his brain cannot generate what it has not experienced, so the dream keeps the children at the ages they were when the vending machine fell. His wife does not age because the last time he saw her, when his eyes were still open and the world was still real, she looked exactly as she looks in the dream. His friends do not change because his memory of them, the only source material the dream has to work with, is the memory of people as they were in 1993. The world of the dream is the world of his last waking moment, preserved with the fidelity of a mind that is desperately trying to hold on to something it has lost. Because that is what comas do. They lock you in place. They freeze the world at the last moment you were inside it, and they keep it there, suspended in amber, for as long as the brain can sustain the suspension. The celebrity appearances, the flood of famous people who visit Springfield in the show's later seasons, make complete sense within this framework in a way that they make no sense in any other. Homer is lying in a hospital. Hospitals have televisions. Hospitals have radios. People visit hospitals and have conversations in hallways and waiting rooms and at bedsides. The ambient sound of the world continuing without Homer is constant and unavoidable. Names, voices, references to cultural events, fragments of the world he is no longer participating in. His dreaming brain hears them, and it incorporates them. That is the mechanism behind the celebrity appearances. Homer's unconscious mind, lying in that bed, absorbs fragments of the outside world through whatever sensory pathways remain accessible to it, and it weaves those fragments into the dream. The voice it hears from the television in the corridor becomes a character in the dream. The name it catches from a visitor's conversation becomes a person in the dream. Every celebrity who has ever arrived in Springfield is actually someone Homer heard about through the fog of unconsciousness, transformed by the dream into a person who has inexplicably decided to spend time in an unremarkable mid-sized American town. The show's writers have engaged with this theory directly and substantively, which is itself a form of acknowledgement. In the show's 34th season, an episode titled Lisa the Boy Scout included what was presented to the internet as a leaked deleted scene. In the scene, Homer wakes up from an extended coma, and the revelation confirms that every outlandish episode the audience has watched was a dream. The scene was animated. It was voiced. It felt exactly like the kind of thing the show might produce as a canonical acknowledgement of the theory that has followed it for 30 years, and then the show's representatives clarified that the scene had been inserted by hackers, that it was not real, that it was a fake planted to generate internet discussion. The show went to the effort of animating, voicing, and distributing a scene in which Homer explicitly wakes up from a coma and confirms the fan theory, and then called it a hoax. They showed you the answer and told you it was not the answer. And the audience laughed. Just like Homer laughed when he was told he had lost 5% of his brain, executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory on the record in 2015. His statement was brief. The theory is not true. Homer is not in a coma. This is fan speculation. But Al Jean did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift from season 4 forward. He did not explain the God conversation in Homer the Heretic and the 6-month gap between the prophecy and the event. He did not explain why the show becomes progressively more surreal, more detached from recognizable human experience, more willing to discard internal logic with each passing season, which is exactly the trajectory you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain that is, year by year, losing more of its structural integrity to the ongoing damage of the coma. He said it was not true, and the interviewer moved on. But the theory did not move on, because the theory does the thing that no official explanation, no creator statement, no DVD commentary, no writer's room anecdote has ever managed to do. It makes the show make sense, all of it, at once, in a single coherent framework. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the reset button that clears the consequences of every episode before the next one begins. The fact that Homer can survive anything, endure anything, recover from anything, because there is nothing actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind cannot kill him, because his mind is the author of the story, and the author cannot die inside the narrative. And here is the part of this theory that you carry with you long after you have finished reading or listening or watching, the part that stays. If the coma theory is true, The Simpsons is not a comedy. It is a love story. The most simple, most heartbreaking, most human love story that this show has ever tried to tell. Homer's deepest wish, the wish that his unconscious brain keeps constructing and reconstructing and constructing again across 32 years and hundreds of episodes, is so small that it barely qualifies as a wish. It is just want. Want without agenda or ambition. Pure, uncomplicated human wanting. He wants his family. That is it. That is the whole thing. He wants Marge to still love him, with the specific, patient, slightly exhausted, genuinely committed love she has always had for him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, infuriating, deeply wonderful 10-year-old boy. He wants to hear Lisa playing saxophone at the kitchen table in the early morning when the house is still quiet and the school bus has not come yet. He wants Maggie to still be small enough that one of his arms is sufficient to hold her, the whole solid, compact weight of her against his chest. He wants to come home. Not to any extraordinary destination, not to a place that anyone else would particularly want to be. He wants to come home to a yellow house on Evergreen Terrace, with the busted gutter he has never fixed, and the car that barely runs, and the couch that has been compressed into. The exact shape of Homer's body over years of daily use. And in the coma, he does. Every episode. Every morning. Every time the story resets. Every Sunday night when the credits roll and the family is safe and together, and the house is still standing, and the beer is still cold, and nothing has permanently changed. Despite everything that happened. The dream gives Homer everything he wants. His children, frozen at the ages where they still need him. His wife, always there. His life, always continuous. The Friday night at the Simpsons house, the television and the couch and the family gathered in the blue light of the screen, extended without end. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the children are always young and the beer is always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. The theory does not ruin The Simpsons. It transforms every episode into something different from what you thought it was. Every impossible survival becomes Homer's brain, refusing to let the story end. Every reset becomes the dream clearing itself for the next cycle. Every moment where the family is safe and together at the end of the episode, regardless of how catastrophically wrong things went in the middle, is not lazy writing. It is Homer's mind refusing to let the story go. Because if the story ends, the dream ends. And if the dream ends, Homer has to wake up. And waking up means finding out what the years have done. How old his children really are now. Whether Marge waited. Whether anyone is still in that chair beside the bed. Or whether, and this is the possibility that the dream most strenuously resists, whether he does not wake up at all. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April 1993. Every episode you have ever watched since that date is a love letter from an unconscious father to the family he cannot reach. The show will never confirm it. But it will never disprove it either, because the evidence is too deeply embedded in the structure of the show itself to remove without dismantling everything else. Nobody ages. The world keeps getting stranger, and Homer always finds his way home by the end. Because in the dream, he never left. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The case that was never closed. You know the official answer. The show gave it to you in September 1995. Baby Maggie in the parking lot with Mr. Burns' own gun during a struggle over a lollipop. Chief Wiggum investigated. The evidence pointed at Homer, then pointed at Maggie, and Burns himself woke from his coma and confirmed it. Case closed. Except the case has never actually been closed. The case was declared solved. The case was pronounced closed by the relevant authorities. The case was archived, and the records were filed, and the show moved on. But solved and closed are not the same thing in Springfield, as we will come to understand more fully before we are done here, and the distance between those two words, when you. Examine the actual evidence in the actual case, turns out to be quite large. Let's go back, Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. Summer 1995. The Simpsons does something that had genuinely never been done by an animated television show before. Not a parody of the form, not a comedic wink at the genre, but an actual, functional, properly constructed mystery. A whodunit. A real one, with real clues and real red herrings and real suspects with real motives, designed with enough rigor that the show's creators were confident promoting a national audience participation contest around the solution. Fox ran the contest. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special called Springfield's Most Wanted that treated the fictional shooting of a fictional billionaire as if it were a real unsolved crime requiring public assistance to crack. The Simpsons that summer was not simply a popular television show. It was a national puzzle box. And the puzzle began with a very clear proposition. Burns had gone too far. The episode builds its case methodically, establishing individual motives for virtually every significant character in the Springfield universe with a thoroughness that goes well, beyond what the show needed to do for comedic purposes. The specificity of the motivation building suggests a creative team that understood they were constructing a proper mystery, and wanted the evidence structure to support any of several possible solutions. Burns stole an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, destroying the school's funding. He ruined Moe's Tavern by bankrupting its owner. He caused a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle. He injured Santa's little helper. He cost groundskeeper Willie his job. He eliminated the school music program that was Tito Puente's livelihood and passion. He fired Smithers for raising moral objections to the most extreme of his plans. And for his final move, Burns built a machine designed to block the sun over the entire town of Springfield, not to inconvenience people, not to make a point, to force every resident to purchase electricity from his power plant, because without the sun, they would need artificial light for everything. And he was the only source of artificial light available to them. He stole the sun. And when the episode ends and Burns collapses and the ambulance comes and the screen goes dark, the audience had a summer to sit with the question. Who pulled the trigger? Here is what happened when Part 2 aired. Chief Wiggum investigates. The investigation is chaotic in exactly the way that Springfield's police force is always chaotic, which is to say that the process of elimination is conducted with the organizational competence of a rummage sale. Smithers confesses immediately, with what appears to be genuine remorse, and his confession immediately falls apart when the timeline is examined and it becomes clear that Smithers, blackout drunk on the night in question, shot old Jasper in his wooden leg at a completely different location. Not Burns, not anywhere near the crime scene. Wrong victim, wrong place, wrong crime. Suspects are cleared one by one. Principal Skinner has an alibi. Moe has an alibi. Tito Puente has possibly the greatest alibi in the history of television mysteries, which is an extended musical performance in which he explains that he channeled his rage into a samba, demonstrating not only his innocence but an admirable approach to processing intense negative emotion through artistic expression. The investigation stalls. Then a key piece of physical evidence is recovered. An eyelash. Found on Burns's clothing. DNA analysis matches it to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints are on the gun. Homer had the clearest documented motive of any suspect. Homer is arrested. Homer is about to be convicted. Burns wakes up. Burns looks around the hospital room. Burns says Maggie Simpson shot him. According to the account Burns provides from his hospital bed, having just regained consciousness after receiving a gunshot wound, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot. Following the town meeting, he attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Except the contest that Fox ran, the national participation event that was promoted as solvable from the clues available in Part 1, produced results that the show's own creators found instructive in ways they may not have anticipated. According to the DVD commentary recorded by the writers and producers of the episode, when the contest organizers went through the submissions, not a single entry from the random sample pool that was checked contained the correct answer. Nobody in the sample won. The prize winner was selected randomly from the pool and did not have the right answer, and they were given cash instead of the prize of being animated into an episode because you cannot animate someone into an episode for identifying the correct shooter when they did not actually identify the correct shooter. One person in the entire country, according to the commentary, correctly identified Maggie as the shooter before the reveal. One person, posting to a Simpsons internet news group on the night Part 1 aired, but this person was using a college internet account, and by the time the contest concluded and the producers attempted to locate them, The account had been deactivated. The one person who got it right disappeared. The show issued an open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward and claim acknowledgement. As far as anyone knows, they never did. The producers noted this outcome on the commentary without apparent concern about what it implies. But what it implies deserves attention. The show was promoted as a solvable mystery. The evidence presented to the audience was described as sufficient to arrive at the correct answer through logical analysis. And when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody in the entire country had arrived at it through logical analysis. Either the clues were insufficient, the red herrings were so much more convincing than the genuine evidence that the balance was effectively inverted, and the audience was led away from the answer rather than toward it. Or the answer did not in fact follow logically from the evidence the way the promotion of the contest implied it did. Now the actual evidence. The sundial. Burns collapses. His hands land on two letters as he falls. W and S were from his perspective M and S. The show proposes this as the central clue, Burns unconsciously indicating his attacker's initials as he falls. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. Except Burns himself, when asked about this detail upon regaining consciousness, stated explicitly and on the record that his hands pointing to those letters was not intentional. He did not position himself deliberately. He simply fell and happened to land with his hands in those positions. Burns described the sundial clue as a coincidence. The piece of evidence that the show presents as its most significant clue was called meaningless by the person it supposedly came from. The gun. Burns was carrying a gun in a holster. Before the shooting, the holster was visible and empty. The gun was not on Burns's person before the attack. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own gun, meaning the shooter arrived at the confrontation unarmed and encountered the weapon by chance. This is actually an important constraint on the suspect pool. Most of the people present at the town meeting had come prepared for the possibility of confrontation. They had brought their own weapons because their feelings about Burns were strong enough, and their sense that the situation might escalate was acute enough, that they had chosen to arm themselves before arriving. The person who shot Burns was not one of these people. The person who shot Burns was someone who did not come prepared to shoot anyone, who found a weapon they had not been carrying and used it in an unplanned moment. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this description perfectly. So does roughly half of the other characters at that meeting. Burns' final words before being shot. "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not alarmed. He did not react with the fear or the defensive posture that a person would exhibit if they were unexpectedly confronted by someone they had reason to be afraid of. He greeted his attacker with the casual familiarity of someone who recognizes a face they have seen before and does not consider the owner of that face a threat. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has Burns ever had a meaningful interaction with Maggie prior to this episode? Is there an established relationship between the oldest and most powerful man in Springfield and an infant he has no particular reason to have encountered? Burns barely remembers Homer, despite Homer working for him for years and being directly responsible for the safety of Burns' most valuable asset. The idea that Burns would see a 1-year-old baby and greet her with the easy recognition of, "Oh, it's you," as if she were a familiar acquaintance rather than someone he would not expect to encounter in a parking lot at night, does not correspond to the Burns that the show has established. Burns' phrasing, "Oh, it's you," suggests the recognition of someone he knows well enough to greet without surprise, someone whose presence in his immediate vicinity is not unexpected, someone who occupies a regular enough position in his world that seeing them does not require the cognitive adjustment of encountering an unexpected person. That does not describe his relationship with an infant he has no established connection to. That describes a small number of people who are consistently present in Burns's world. In season 18, Homer makes a statement. He claims on camera to have been the one who shot Burns. He simply says it. He says it casually. He says it the way you might mention something you have been carrying for a long time that has finally become too heavy to continue carrying without acknowledgement. And the show treats it as a throwaway line. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in town, and the moment passes without consequence. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is a reading that his character supports. Homer does lie for attention with some regularity. Homer's relationship with the truth is best described as flexible when attention or sympathy is a possible outcome of bending it. Or Homer is not lying. And if Homer is not lying, then the original verdict was wrong, and Homer knows it. Because Homer was there, and Homer pulled the trigger and the evidence that was used to. Convict Maggie was either misinterpreted or manufactured or both. The Marge theory is the alternate reading that, when you trace its implications all the way through, produces perhaps the most structurally coherent alternate version of events. The argument is built on a few key facts. Marge is a devoted and fiercely protective mother. In the period immediately preceding the shooting, Burns had systematically destroyed the school that her children attend, maiming the family's dog and cut the sun from the sky, above the town where her family lives. She had every reason that a person can have to want this particular man to face consequences for what he had done. Burns's infatuation with Marge, established canonically in the earlier episode Marge Gets a Job, is the hinge point of the theory. Burns developed genuine feelings for Marge in that episode. He pursued her. He was rejected. The feelings were real enough to affect his behavior significantly while they lasted. And feelings like that, in a man with Burns's psychology, do not simply evaporate. They calcify. They become something that sits in the permanent record of his emotional history. If Burns recognized Marge as his attacker, if he looked up from the sundial and saw the face of the woman he had been infatuated with, he might have chosen to protect her, not out of current romantic feeling necessarily, but out of the specific calcified attachment that an infatuation leaves behind. The residue of having wanted something intensely and been denied it. Burns would not name Marge. He would absorb the legal consequence of her action rather than direct that consequence at her. And Maggie was the solution that resolved the problem with the least collateral damage. Chief Wiggum says it himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Possibly Texas, he adds, but nowhere else. Maggie cannot be prosecuted. She cannot be imprisoned. She cannot be cross-examined. She cannot be required to testify or to explain herself or to account for what she did in any legal forum. A baby is the perfect person to blame for a crime you want to remain practically unaddressed. The accusation stands, but the consequences are zero. Everyone can move on. The investigation is formally concluded. The case is officially closed. And if someone needed that outcome, someone needed the case to be closed without any of the actual suspects facing actual consequences, then Maggie was the cleanest possible exit. The alternate endings, which are perhaps the most revealing evidence of all, were not kept secret. They were acknowledged by the show's creators and included in the DVD release. A complete alternate conclusion to the mystery was animated, voiced, and produced, in which Smithers is revealed as the real shooter. Full length. Fully realized. This ending was shown within the show itself, in the 138th episode Spectacular Clip Show, where it is presented and then dismissed by Troy McClure, the fictional spokesperson on the grounds that accepting it would require ignoring the Simpson DNA evidence, which he describes as downright nutty. The comparison he draws in making this dismissal is explicitly to the O.J. Simpson trial, which had recently concluded with a verdict that many people felt required ignoring DNA. Evidence. The show built a direct reference to a famous case in which DNA evidence was famously set aside into the very moment where it dismisses an alternate solution to its own mystery, on the grounds that it would require setting aside DNA evidence. That is not an accident. That is the show winking at you with its entire face. It is telling you, in the most direct terms available to a comedy show that wants to deny plausible deniability, that the official answer to its own central mystery might be the version of events that someone in a position of authority wanted you to believe, rather than the version that actually occurred. An early draft of the episode had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers took this seriously enough to plan what would happen to Barney's character if he had shot Burns, mapping out the arc of his imprisonment and what it would mean for his role in the show going forward. The idea was eventually abandoned, but its existence confirms that the answer to the mystery was not determined by the logic of the clues. The clues were assembled after the answer was chosen, and when a different answer was considered, the clues could equally have been assembled to support that one. The mystery was reverse engineered. The clues are not evidence. They are set dressing for a conclusion that was selected by other means. And here is the question that nobody in the 30 years of debate about this episode has ever quite answered to everyone's satisfaction. In a town where every person had a motive, where dozens of people came armed, where the victim had just stolen sunlight from an entire community, in a town that regularly forms mobs over trivialities and riots over misunderstandings. How did only one person fire a shot? The official answer is that one baby picked up a gun in a parking lot, and it went off in a lollipop struggle. The official answer is that the dozens of armed and furious people who gathered to confront Burns went home without firing anything. Maybe they did. Springfield's population contains multitudes, and it would not be the strangest thing the show has ever depicted. Or maybe the shooting was not as spontaneous as the official account suggests. Maybe someone planned it. Maybe someone with access to Burns' schedule and knowledge of his movements, and the kind of influence over the investigation that certain positions in Springfield would provide, had a reason to want the case to close quickly and quietly on the most unprosecutable possible suspect. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The show committed to it, but the contest nobody won. And the clues Burns himself called meaningless, and the fully produced alternate endings, and Homer's casual confession in season 18, and the final shot of Maggie mimicking a trigger pull while carefully checking to make sure no one is watching. All of it together suggests that the greatest mystery in The Simpsons' history was closed. It was never solved. Section 4. The immortality of Mr. Burns, why he cannot afford to die. Here is the question the show has been circling for 36 seasons without ever fully committing to an answer. How is Mr. Burns still alive? This is not a rhetorical question. This is not a gentle gesture toward cartoon logic or an acknowledgement that the show's flexible relationship with reality extends to the lifespans of its characters. This is a genuine question asked in earnest about a specific character who exists within a fictional universe that has established enough canonical facts about his age and his biology and his medical situation that the question has a real answer, or at least a real set of possible answers, and those answers, when assembled into a coherent picture, describe something considerably more disturbing than a cartoon about a wealthy old man who refuses to die. Let us start with the age. Burns' birth year, like most facts about Burns, has been stated, implied, contradicted, and restated across 36 seasons of episodes in ways that resist reduction to a single definitive number. The show's floating timeline, which adjusts the present to always be the current year while keeping the characters at fixed ages, makes precise calculation difficult. But every version of the calculation, every approach to assembling the available evidence into a consistent chronology, places Burns's birth somewhere in the latter portion of the 19th century. He has described personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told stories about events from the 1910s as first-hand experience rather than as knowledge drawn from historical sources. He has described relationships with historical figures who died before the show's oldest living characters were born. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, in a capacity that the show suggests was ethically complex and possibly treasonous. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it concealed for decades. He has discussed the Gilded Age, the era of industrial barons and unchecked monopoly capitalism, not as history but as a period he lived through personally. By the most conservative estimate the available evidence supports, Burns is in excess of 100 years old. By the most liberal reading of the contradictory canonical facts the show has generated, he might be approaching 140. And he functions. Not merely exists, not merely occupies space and breathes, but functions. He operates a multi-billion-dollar corporation with precision and strategic sophistication. He manipulates the political infrastructure of Springfield with the ease of someone who has been doing it for long enough that it has become automatic. He executes complex, multi-stage schemes that require sustained planning, long-term memory, current awareness of technology and finance and law, and the kind of tactical adaptability that allows him to respond to setbacks without losing the thread of his larger objectives. His body is frail in the way of extreme old age. His physical strength is negligible. His movements are deliberate and constrained. A strong wind is a genuine navigational hazard, but his mind, working through whatever biological processes are sustaining it, is sharp in a way that most of the other characters in the show's universe cannot match. Burns is arguably the most cognitively capable character in Springfield. Operating at that level of sustained cognitive function for longer than any human being has ever demonstrated the capacity for it. The Springfield Files gives us the clearest description of how he is doing it. We discussed this episode in the context of the radiation theory, but its content bears closer examination here, because the medical situation it describes is extraordinary. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment. The treatment is not described in full clinical detail, but its effects are described with enough specificity to understand what is happening. The treatment is intensive. It involves, the episode establishes, significant quantities of chemicals and what amounts to a form of radiation therapy. After each treatment session, Burns's body emits a visible green glow. The treatment is not a supplement to his natural biological function, it is a replacement for it. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without it, he dies. The margin for error is 0. Miss 1 session, die. That is the arithmetic of Burns's survival. His life is maintained on a schedule the way you maintain a machine, through regular, punctual, non-negotiable servicing. Not because his natural biology is close to failing and needs occasional support, but because his natural biology has already failed, at some point in the distant past, and what remains is entirely artificial. Burns is not a very old man who is doing well for his age. Burns is a biological system being kept in operational condition by an external intervention that must be administered weekly, or the system shuts down. And the intervention involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who built and operates a nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations, whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally dependent on controlled, targeted radiation exposure to sustain his biological functions. He is not just profiting from radiation. He is powered by it. His body has been altered over what must have been a very long process of accumulated exposure and deliberate treatment refinement to a state where it can no longer sustain itself through normal cellular processes. It requires external radiation input on a regular schedule. Remove that input, and the system that has replaced normal biology with something else entirely collapses. Burns is not aging. Burns is not surviving old age. Burns is running on a completely different operating system from the one that the human beings around him are running on. An operating system that he developed or had developed. For him at some point, using resources available only to someone with his specific combination of proximity to nuclear material and personal wealth sufficient to fund decades of private research into its effects on biological systems. The Three Stooges syndrome scene, the one where Burns visits a doctor and is informed that he has every disease known to medical science simultaneously, is presented as comedy. It is one of the most quoted scenes in the show's history. The doctor explains that Burns's diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one canceling out the others, all of them attempting to progress and kill him simultaneously, and none of them succeeding because the competition between them creates a biological gridlock that prevents any single condition from gaining the dominance it would need to terminate him. Burns has every disease. Burns is kept alive by the fact that he has every disease, because they cannot all fit through the door at the same time. To use the doctor's Three Stooges analogy, none of them can get through. And Burns continues to function in spite of being the most comprehensively diseased human being in the country. This is played as absurdist comedy. It is also, if you accept the radiation theory, a description of something that actually makes a strange and terrible kind of sense. Burns's weekly radiation treatments are not treating any specific disease. They cannot be. There are too many diseases to treat individually, and many of them contradict each other in ways that make simultaneous treatment impossible. What the treatments are doing is maintaining the equilibrium. The same mechanism that keeps Burns alive, the radiation that his body has become dependent on, is the mechanism that holds every disease in stasis, keeping each one balanced against the others. Keeping the gridlock intact, because if the gridlock fails, if any single disease manages to gain enough ground that the others can no longer check it, the cascade would be immediate and total and fatal. Burns is not just managing his own survival. He is managing a biological civil war that has been running in his body for decades, keeping every combatant equally armed so that none of them can win. Remove the radiation treatments and the weapons are taken away from everyone simultaneously. And then, with nothing left to check them, every disease surges forward at once. Smithers. The relationship between Smithers and Burns has been parsed and analyzed in the context of devotion and loyalty and the specific emotional dynamics of a relationship between Anne. Extremely powerful man, and the person who has dedicated their professional life entirely to serving that man's needs and interests. But within the framework of Burns's survival mechanisms, the relationship is simpler and more fundamental than any of those readings. Smithers keeps the schedule. Smithers manages Burns's weekly appointments. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with the attentiveness of a caregiver who understands at a deep and detailed level what the consequences of a missed appointment would be. Smithers is not devoted to Burns in the way that a loyal employee is devoted to a demanding but respected employer. Smithers is devoted to Burns the way a critical support system is devoted to the thing it is supporting. If Smithers leaves, Burns misses a treatment. If Burns misses a treatment, the disease equilibrium collapses. If the equilibrium collapses, Burns dies. Smithers is not a personal assistant. Smithers is a life support system wearing a suit. And he knows it. Burns knows it. The relationship that appears from the outside to be a strange and slightly tragic expression of unrequited devotion is, from the inside, a relationship defined by the knowledge that Smithers' presence is not optional. Not for Burns. Not if Burns wants to continue to exist. That knowledge is the foundation of everything between them. Burns's historical connections, his personal involvement in events spanning a century of American life, add another dimension to the immortality question that goes beyond the medical mechanics of his weekly treatments. He knew Howard Hughes. He attended Yale in an era where Yale graduates now occupy museums rather than living memory. He served in a world war that people who are alive today remember only from their grandparents' stories. He has referenced relationships with historical figures who died before the oldest person currently alive in Springfield was born. His family's wealth predates the American Republic itself, or at least predates the Republic in its current form. The Burns dynasty, as the show depicts it, is one of the oldest continuously functioning concentrations of private wealth in the country. Not old in the sense that the money has been in the family for a few generations. Old in a way that implies a continuity of control that most institutional structures in America do not achieve. Governments change. Corporations rise and fall. Empires are built and dismantled. But the Burns fortune persists, generation after generation, in the hands of a single family that has never relinquished the levers of their power. That kind of multi-generational continuity requires more than luck. It requires that the person controlling the fortune remain in control for unusually long periods. That the transfer of power between generations, if it occurs at all, happens in a way that maintains the strategic coherence of the enterprise rather than fragmenting it among competing heirs or dissipating it through the ordinary entropy of inherited wealth. The question the show never asks, but that the available evidence makes worth considering, is whether the current Burns is unique or whether his family has always found ways to extend the operational lifespans of its successive patriarchs beyond what ordinary biology permits. Before nuclear radiation, before the specific medical technology that currently sustains him, were there other methods? Other approaches to keeping the person in charge alive long enough to prevent the dilution of power that normal generational succession produces? The show does not provide an answer, but the duration of the family's dominance, uninterrupted across what the show implies are centuries of American history, suggests that whatever is keeping Burns alive is not a recent innovation. Burns has survived things that should have ended him. He has been shot. He has been hospitalized for injuries and conditions that would produce permanent mortality in ordinary people. He has collapsed, been attacked, been poisoned, been left in the wilderness, been the target of enough violence and misfortune that the probability of his survival into any given subsequent episode approaches something close to zero if you calculate it from normal actuarial tables. And every time, he comes back. Not through the same mechanism that allows Homer to survive explosions and walk away from them, which is the passive, unjustified, cartoon logic resilience of a character who exists to be hurt and recover. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through the specific, elaborate, continuously maintained apparatus of wealth and medical knowledge and personal loyalty that he has spent a century constructing for exactly this purpose. Every institution he has ever corrupted, every politician he has ever owned, every doctor he has retained on an ongoing basis, every pharmaceutical research division he has funded, every piece of the complicated machinery of his survival, assembled piece by piece over decades, and maintained with the same obsessive attention to detail that he brings to the maintenance of his monopoly over Springfield's power supply. All of it serves one purpose: keep Burns operational. Homer's survival is passive. It requires nothing from Homer except the willingness to continue falling down and getting up again, which Homer has demonstrated in abundance. Burns's survival is a project, an ongoing, actively managed, continuously resourced project that takes up a significant portion of his organizational capacity and whose failure would mean the collapse of everything he has built. The truly disturbing part of the Burns immortality question is not that he might go on indefinitely. The disturbing part is the feedback loop that his survival creates with Springfield's own existence. The town needs the power plant. The power plant needs Burns. Burns needs the treatments. The treatments need the infrastructure that Burns's wealth provides. The infrastructure needs the power plant's revenue. The revenue needs the town. The town needs the power. Everything depends on everything else in a closed loop that has been running so long, it has become indistinguishable from the natural order of things. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot function without Burns. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the loop stopping, and if the loop stops, the question of what the loop has done to Springfield over the decades it has been running would finally have to be asked. Mr. Burns is the oldest man in Springfield. He may be the oldest man in America. He is kept alive by weekly radiation treatments that his body has become so dependent on that they are functionally irreplaceable. He is sustained by a fortune that predates the institutions that currently govern the country. He is protected by an employee whose presence is not voluntary but necessary, and he is surrounded by a population that is too cognitively affected by his plant's output to ask why the most powerful man in their town has personally remembered things that happened before their grandparents were born and glows green in the dark on Thursday nights. He is not immortal. He is something that costs more and lasts longer than immortal. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the bill. Section 5. The Principal and the Pauper. How Springfield chooses its reality. There is an episode of The Simpsons that viewers have hated with consistent passion for almost 30 years. Season 9, Episode 2. Aired September 28, 1997. Titled The Principal and the Pauper. Universally cited as one of the worst episodes in the series, referred to regularly in fan discussions and critical assessments and the ongoing decades-long discourse about when the show declined and why, as the moment when the writers stopped caring about the show's own continuity, the moment when they broke a beloved character for the sake of a plot device that served no apparent purpose. The moment when The Simpsons betrayed the audience's trust and everything they had invested in the fiction. Harry Shearer, who has voiced Principal Skinner since the show's beginning, went on record with his displeasure. Critics assembled arguments about how the episode retroactively invalidated everything the audience understood about one of the show's most significant recurring characters. His military service? Now meaningless. His relationship with his mother? Now fraudulent. His dynamic with Bart? His entire personality? His entire history? All of it built on a lie. The episode ranks near the bottom of every fan-generated list of the show's episodes. It has been called the single clearest example of the writers failing their audience. The point of no return. Here is what actually happens in the episode. Carefully, Springfield Elementary holds a celebration honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. The ceremony is underway. The community has gathered. And a stranger arrives. No one recognizes him. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner. A decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and was believed dead. He survived. He escaped. He made his way back to America, to Springfield, to reclaim his identity. The man who has been calling himself Seymour Skinner, the man who has been principal of Springfield Elementary for 20 years, is not Seymour Skinner. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before the war, Tamzarian was a petty criminal with no direction and no future. He was drafted and served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian traveled to Springfield to inform Skinner's mother, Agnes. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son, and Armin Tamzarian, who had never had anyone need him for anything, who had never had a family or a name worth keeping, accepted the assumption. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the identity. He took the life. He built a career and a community role and genuine relationships in a town that believed in him because it believed in the person it thought he was. He did this for 20 years until the real Skinner walked through the door. The revelation is complete. Everyone in Springfield knows the truth. The real Seymour Skinner stands in the room. The fraud stands in the room. The evidence of the fraud is undeniable. And then Springfield holds a meeting. At this meeting, the town does not discuss legal consequences for Tamzarian. They do not discuss what happens to the real Skinner's rights to his own identity. They do not organize a process for transitioning back to the truth. They hold a vote on whether to acknowledge what they know. The vote is unanimous. They choose the lie. Judge Snyder issues a formal legal decree. Armin Tamzarian is officially, legally, institutionally declared to be the real Seymour Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the genuine one, the veteran who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his life occupied by a stranger, is tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from Springfield. The judge makes it explicitly and formally illegal to ever mention what actually happened, under the explicit threat of torture. Torture. The community invoked the threat of torture to silence anyone who might choose truth over the comfortable fiction they had unanimously voted to maintain. Fans were furious about this episode for all of the reasons that fans articulate when they are furious about a Simpsons episode. The continuity betrayal. The character disrespect. The apparent casualness with which the writers discarded 20 years of established characterization in service of a plot that left everyone worse off. These are fair observations. But they are observations about what the episode does to the show's internal continuity. They are not observations about what the episode is actually saying. Here is what the episode is actually saying. Springfield has always operated this way. Every single thing that the episode makes explicit has been happening off-screen since the show's first season. The community's preference for comfortable fiction over uncomfortable truth. The collective, unspoken, distributed agreement to forget whatever does not fit the version of events that the community needs to function. The social contract that says we will maintain the agreed-upon reality regardless of what the evidence suggests, and anyone who refuses to participate in the maintenance of that. Reality will be removed every other time Springfield resets. Every other time a catastrophic event is absorbed and forgotten by the next episode. Every other time the slate is wiped and the characters wake up in a world that shows no evidence of what happened in the previous episode. It happens off-screen. The audience sees the reset, but not the mechanism. The town goes back to normal, but nobody is shown deciding to go back to normal. The Principal and the Pauper is the one episode that shows you the mechanism. It shows you the vote. It shows you the formal legal decree that enforces the chosen fiction. It shows you the physical expulsion of the person whose existence makes the fiction impossible to maintain. It shows you, in real time watching it happen, the infrastructure behind every other reset that the show has ever executed. Springfield does not forget by accident. Springfield does not reset through some mysterious property of the town's geography or atmosphere. Springfield resets because the people of Springfield choose to reset, collectively, deliberately, through a formal process of communal decision-making that prioritizes the stability of the current fiction over the accuracy of the historical record. The town voted to keep the lie. The town has always voted to keep the lie. This episode is the only one that shows you the voting. Consider the pattern across the show's run. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt. It has been sealed under a federal dome. It has survived the literal theft of sunlight from the sky. It has experienced a nuclear near catastrophe. It has watched its principal be revealed as a fraud, its water supply be contaminated, its fish be mutated, its billionaire employer be shot and nearly killed by persons unknown. It has experienced alien encounters and government interventions and environmental disasters of sufficient severity that a rational community would be permanently altered by them. And every time, by the next episode, everything is normal. Nobody remembers. Nobody references the previous disaster. Nobody wakes up in the morning and picks up the thread of what happened yesterday, because the thread has been deliberately cut. The community has elected to begin again. The vote was held, and the past was set aside, and the comfortable present was reinstated by community consensus. The coma theory says this happens because Homer's dreaming brain clears its cache between cycles, resetting the dream to a stable state because the dreaming mind cannot maintain all of the consequences of all of the previous events simultaneously. The radiation theory says this happens because chronic neurological damage has compromised the population's memory consolidation, making them functionally unable to retain the significance of traumatic events across episode-length intervals. The principal in the pauper says something different. It says this happens because they choose it. The people of Springfield are not victims of their own forgetfulness. They are participants in a collective practice of deliberate forgetting. They know, at some level, what they are doing. The vote is formal. The decree is legal. The expulsion is physical. This is not an accident or a cognitive limitation. This is policy. And the policy exists because the alternative is too dangerous. If Springfield remembered the dome, it would have to acknowledge the contamination. If it acknowledged the contamination, it would have to confront the power plant. If it confronted the power plant, it would have to confront Burns. If it confronted Burns, the economic foundation of the entire town would be at risk. If the economic foundation fails, the town fails. So Springfield votes to forget, formally, legally, under threat of torture for anyone who votes differently. The real Seymour Skinner was not simply a character who complicated the established fiction about his identity. He was a man who showed up with undeniable proof that the official story was wrong, and the community's response was not gratitude. It was not investigation or reflection or any of the things that a community secure in its relationship with truth would do. The community exiled him. It criminalized his existence. It made it illegal to be the person who knows the truth when the community has decided the truth is too expensive to maintain. That is not a comedy beat. That is a map of how Springfield maintains its impossible reality, how it keeps functioning as a coherent community despite everything that has happened to it, despite the contamination and the billionaire and the three-eyed fish and the children who have been the same age for 36 years. It keeps functioning by voting, by choosing its reality with the same democratic process it would use to choose anything else. And if the coma theory is true, this episode takes on an additional layer that makes it genuinely difficult to look at directly. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, Then Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a lie, in which an imposter's false identity is made more legally real than the genuine identity of the person whose life was stolen, in which the man who comes bearing truth is expelled, and the man who embodies fiction is celebrated. Homer's dreaming mind constructed this scenario because Homer needs to believe it is possible. He needs to believe that a stolen identity can become real through the sustained agreement of the people around it. He needs to believe that a fake version of a life, sustained long enough and believed in sufficiently, can replace the real one so thoroughly that the real one becomes the intrusion rather than the foundation, because that is what Homer's coma is. A fake life replacing the real one. A dream sustained by the agreement of the dreaming mind not to acknowledge that it is a dream. As long as Springfield votes to maintain the fiction, as long as the community elects to continue not noticing that their principal is not their principal and their fish have 3 eyes and nobody has aged in 3 decades, the dream continues. And as long as the dream continues, Homer is still at the dinner table. Marge is still cooking. The kids are still arguing. The house is still standing on Evergreen Terrace. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most important one. Because it is the only episode that shows you the machine. The machine that makes every other episode possible. The machine that keeps Springfield from ever having to face itself. Armin Tamzarian is still principal of Springfield Elementary. The real Seymour Skinner is still out there, somewhere, tied to a train that left town decades ago. The last honest man in Springfield. Expelled for telling the truth in a town that made honesty illegal. There is one more dimension of the coma theory that deserves attention before we leave it. The Simpsons movie, the 2007 theatrical film, contains a scene where Homer, standing on the edge of Springfield's dome with his family, has what the movie presents as a moment of genuine spiritual clarity. He realizes something about himself, something about the pattern of his behavior and what it has cost the people around him. He acts on it. He does something selfless and brave that the Homer of the regular series rarely manages to sustain. If the coma theory is true, this is the most interesting scene in the entire Simpsons canon. Because in the coma theory, the movie is still a dream. Still Homer's unconscious mind generating an extended, feature-length version of the world it has been simulating for 15 years. But the moment of self-awareness, the moment where Homer sees himself clearly and chooses differently, is also part of the dream, which means Homer's dreaming mind is capable of generating a Homer who understands his own patterns and acts against them. Capable of imagining a version of himself who does the brave thing, who puts the people he loves before his own comfort. The dreaming mind is capable of that. It is capable of that Homer. It simply does not maintain it past the end of the film. By the next episode, Homer is Homer again. The insight has not carried forward. The pattern has reasserted itself. The dream has reset to the version it knows how to run. But the fact that the dreaming mind can generate the other Homer, even briefly, even in the context of an extended one-time narrative, suggests something about what Homer knows, about himself at the deepest level. He knows he could be different. The dream can produce the version of him that is different. It just cannot sustain it. Because sustaining it would require Homer to wake up. And waking up is the one thing the dream cannot allow. Section 6. Maggie Simpson. The most powerful person in Springfield. Maggie Simpson has been 1-year-old for 36 years. She has been 1-year-old since before some of the people watching this were born. She has been 1-year-old while governments have risen and fallen, while technologies have been invented and discarded. While the world outside the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace has accumulated decades of change that she has watched from her high chair, with the same large, steady, unblinking eyes and the same faint and slightly knowing expression, and the same pacifier that she has been holding since December of 1989. She does not talk, not in any sustained or functional sense. She does not walk reliably. She communicates through a combination of pacifier sounds and deliberate facial expressions, and the occasional gesture that manages to convey more precise meaning than most of. The verbal communication happening in her immediate vicinity, she is, by every conventional measure, the least significant member of the Simpson family. And Maggie Simpson is, by any honest accounting of what the show has actually demonstrated about her over 3.5 decades, the most capable person in all of Springfield. Let us be specific about what she has actually done, because listing it is useful before examining what it means. She shot Mr. Burns. We have already spent considerable time with the complications and the ambiguities of the official account. Whatever the full truth of who was holding what in that parking lot and why, the canonical record of the show establishes that the richest and most powerful man in Springfield was shot. That the evidence pointed toward a 1-year-old infant, that the victim himself identified that infant as his attacker upon waking from his coma, and that the legal system's response was that no jury would convict. The outcome of the investigation was determined entirely by the age of the accused. The youngest and most superficially helpless member of the Simpson family was identified as the person who brought down the town's dominant power structure's primary figure, and then was permitted to walk away because the accountability systems were not designed for someone in her position. She organized and led a daycare rebellion against an authoritarian caretaker. This is depicted in The Longest Daycare, a theatrical short film released in 2012 before Ice Age, Continental Drift in cinemas, and subsequently nominated for an Academy Award. For Best Animated Short Film, 7 minutes of largely wordless animation, no dialogue from Maggie, no adult assistance, no reliance on anything except her own observation, her own analysis, and her own decision-making. The premise is this: Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare facility that the name tells you everything about. Rigid hierarchy. Total institutional control. The administered efficiency of a system designed to manage young children in the way that a production facility manages raw materials, channeling them through standardized processes without regard for individual variation. Maggie encounters a caterpillar that she wants to protect. Another infant named Gerald wants to destroy it. What follows is a sustained multi-stage tactical operation executed entirely by a 1-year-old in complete silence. She reads the environment with the systematic attention of someone building an operational map. She identifies the assets and the constraints. She identifies Gerald's behavioral patterns and designs her approach around his predictability. She identifies the staff's monitoring patterns and designs around those as well. She executes plans that require multiple sequential steps, each dependent on the previous having been executed correctly. When initial approaches fail, she adjusts without hesitation, generating new approaches that account for the new information and returning to the objective without losing the thread of the larger goal. Every decision she makes is the correct decision. Not approximately correct, not directionally right, but imperfectly executed. Correct, the optimal choice at each decision point, made at the right moment, with the right understanding of what the available options are and what each one costs and what each one yields. Her body is 1 year old. She falls. She stumbles. The motor limitations of her developmental stage are real, and they cost her momentum she sometimes cannot afford. And she compensates for every physical limitation through cognitive function that has no comparable limitation, generating solutions to movement problems that a body twice her coordination level would struggle to produce. She saves the caterpillar. The butterfly escapes. The mission succeeds. The show treats this as a charming short film about the inner life of an infant that audiences find delightful. And it is that. It is also, if you sit with it past the charm, an extremely precise demonstration of what Maggie actually is. Because what the short depicts is not the lucky success of a baby stumbling through circumstances that happen to work out in her favor. What it depicts is competence, sustained, deliberate, adaptive competence, operating at a level that most adults who watched that film from the seat of a movie theater in 2012 would struggle to equal in a situation with comparably high stakes and limited resources. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly. The results vary by episode because the show does not require itself to maintain a single consistent measurement across 36 years of floating timeline. But the pattern underlying the varied results is consistent. When Maggie's intelligence is assessed by whatever instrument the episode deploys, it registers as extraordinary, off the upper bound of the measurement range. Beyond the useful capacity of the assessment tool to distinguish between levels of performance that are all, equally, above the ceiling it was designed to identify. The show produces these moments as quick laughs and moves on. Something has always happened by the time the measurement result would warrant sustained attention. Homer has created a new disaster. Bart has escalated a prank beyond sustainable proportions. Lisa is processing an injustice, and the baby who just registered as possibly the highest performing subject the standardized test in question has ever encountered sits in her high chair and watches the chaos with the patient attention of someone who is learning from it. The family does not notice. And that is exactly the way Maggie designed it. To understand why Maggie would choose this posture, you have to look at what she has been observing since the day she was born. She has been watching Lisa. Lisa Simpson is a genius. This is stated, acknowledged, demonstrated, and confirmed in episode after episode across the show's entire run. Lisa is brilliant. She is perceptive. She is musically accomplished at a professional level. She processes complex philosophical and political and scientific ideas at an age when most of her peers are still learning to navigate the relationship between what they want and what the adults in their lives will permit. She is exceptional in ways that are impossible to miss. And her exceptional qualities have produced, as the primary and most consistent output of their application, a specific and recognizable kind of suffering. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished. Lisa advocates for improvements to the community around her and gets worn down by the friction of a community that does not want to be improved. She identifies injustice and is told she is overreacting. She demonstrates the full breadth of her intellectual capacity and is treated, by her school and her town, and frequently by her own family, as an inconvenience. The adult world does not know what to do with an 8-year-old who understands it better than most of its members do, and its response to not knowing what to do has been, consistently and without meaningful variation, to tell her that she is the problem. Lisa wears her intelligence on the outside. She announces herself. She cannot contain it, because containing it would mean being less than she is, and Lisa has not made the calculation that being less would be safer. She expresses every thought, challenges every inadequacy, pushes back against every instance of the world failing to meet the standard she believes it could reach. The room responds by making sure she knows how little that matters. Maggie watched this happen. From the beginning, Maggie has been present for every one of Lisa's fights, every one of Lisa's defeats. Every time Lisa brought her full capability to bear on a problem and received resistance rather than assistance. Every time the most capable person in the family was treated as an obstacle by the world that should have been grateful for her. Maggie drew a conclusion from this accumulated observation, not the conclusion Lisa drew, which is that the fight is worth having regardless of what it costs, because the alternative is to betray what you are. Maggie drew the opposite conclusion. Visibility is a vulnerability. The less anyone knows about what you are capable of, the more freedom you have to operate, the less they can use your capabilities against you. The more you can accomplish in the spaces they are not watching, the margins they are not monitoring, the situations where nobody is looking at the baby because the baby is not. The thing anyone is worried about. The most effective position in a system that punishes capability and rewards compliance is the position of someone who does not appear to be capable, a baby. Babies are not suspected of strategic thinking. Infants are not subjected to the kind of scrutiny that the show applies to every adult and older child in Springfield. Nobody looks at a 1-year-old sitting in a high chair with a pacifier and thinks, carefully, I should pay closer attention to what that person is doing. Because that person may be building a comprehensive model of everything happening around them with the intention of acting on that model at a time of their choosing. Nobody looks because the assumption is wrong, and Maggie has maintained the assumption carefully for 36 years. Burns was shot in a parking lot, and the investigation focused on every plausible adult suspect in the vicinity before the baby was considered, and even when the baby was identified. The response was that a baby cannot be held accountable. The daycare rebellion succeeded because institutional oversight was not designed for the possibility of organized infant resistance. Every heroic act, every demonstration of what Maggie can actually do, happened in the spaces where nobody was watching closely enough to see it for what it was. And Maggie was in every one of those spaces. By design, the final shot of the Who Shot Mr. Burns resolution is worth sitting with for a moment. The investigation is over. The verdict has been delivered. Everyone has left the hospital room. Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully, deliberately scanning to confirm that she is not being observed. And then she moves her pacifier in a precise motion that mimics the act of pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation. Maggie did it. She knows she did it. Case closed. But look at the sequence of behaviors more carefully. She checks the room. She confirms she is alone. Then she makes the gesture. That sequence requires situational awareness. It requires understanding that the gesture has significance that could have consequences if observed. It requires the kind of contextual judgment about when information is safe to express and when it must be suppressed that most adults apply imperfectly and most 1-year-olds do. Not apply at all. That is not the behavior of a baby who accidentally discharged a weapon in a parking lot. That is the behavior of someone who understands exactly what happened and has already calculated the optimal response, which is to confirm the knowledge only in private, only when certainty of the absence of observers has been established, and to give nothing away in any other context. She is not confessing. She is processing, and she is processing it privately because she learned very early that private is safer than public. The radiation theory produces a specific and interesting implication when applied to Maggie. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces biological mutations in the people who live there, and if those mutations express differently in different people according to variables that the available evidence does not allow us to fully map, then Homer and Maggie represent the two poles of the mutation spectrum within the same family. Homer's mutation diminished him cognitively. The crayon lodged in his brain tissue. The decades of living in Springfield's contaminated environment. The combined effect of all of it on a brain that was never given the conditions it needed to develop to its potential. The output is an IQ of approximately 55, well below the clinical threshold for intellectual disability, and a man who cannot connect the most important dots of his own life because the cognitive machinery required for that connection has been impaired beyond functional recovery. Maggie's mutation amplified her. Same contamination, same household, same irradiated air and water and ground, same biological context. Different outcome. The variable is something intrinsic to Maggie's specific biology, something about the way the contamination interacted with whatever she started with. That produced enhancement rather than diminishment, a mind that functions at a level the measurement instruments cannot adequately capture. A cognitive capacity that exceeds the developmental stage of the body, housing it by a margin that has no precedent in normal child development. Homer and Maggie are two ends of the same radioactive spectrum. He is what the contamination does when it takes something away from a developing brain. She is what it does when it gives something extraordinary to one. Two sides of the same coin. Living in the same house. One of them noticed and discussed endlessly. The other unnoticed by design. If the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on a different kind of meaning. One that is less analytical and more human. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is the unconscious construction of a father who cannot be present for his family's actual life, then Maggie's extraordinary capabilities are not a mutation. They are a wish, the specific wish of a man who fell asleep before he could watch his youngest child become whoever she was going to become. He cannot see her first real steps. He cannot hear her first sentences. He cannot know what she will be interested in, or good at, or passionate about. He was not there for any of it, and his brain cannot construct from experience it has not had. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that cannot be measured. He makes her capable of protecting herself and the people she loves in situations where he is not available to help. He makes her the most formidable person in Springfield, operating in the spaces where no one looks, succeeding at everything she attempts, safe in her silence and her invisibility, because Homer, lying in that hospital bed, needs to believe that Maggie will be okay. He cannot go to her. He cannot protect her. He cannot be the father he wants to be in the only way that parents of young children get to actually be parents, which is through daily presence, through being physically there, through the accumulation of ordinary moments that compose a childhood. He cannot give her any of that. So he gives her everything else. Her genius, in this reading, is not a superpower. It is a prayer, a father's prayer for the child he cannot reach. But in the waking world of Springfield, in whatever version of this is real, Maggie is waiting. She has been watching and learning and building her map of this town and this family and this world for 36 years. She has been waiting for the right moment. The optimal conditions, the specific circumstance that justifies breaking the silence that has kept her safe and revealing what she has been carrying behind that steady, patient, unrevealing stare. The show has never told us what she is waiting for, and that might be the most genuinely unsettling thing about Maggie Simpson. Not what she has done. The shooting, the rebellion, the quiet competence with which she navigates every situation that has required navigation. What she has not done yet. We have seen the edges of what she is capable of. A gun. Discharged with political consequences. A room full of infants, organized toward a collective goal. A butterfly, protected through tactical maneuvering that would test an adult. A family, protected repeatedly by the person it consistently underestimates. Something is thinking behind those enormous eyes. Something is planning. Something has been watching everything for 36 years. And when it decides to act, when the silence finally breaks, Springfield will not see it coming, because that is exactly how she designed it. Section 7. The predictions. Why The Simpsons keeps getting the future right. Something has made The Simpsons more talked about in the 2020s than it was during its actual golden age. Not the new episodes, not a revival or a reboot or a retrospective. The predictions. The recurring viral, breathlessly circulated discovery that a cartoon from 1989 has been accurately forecasting the future with a consistency and specificity that goes beyond what comfortable coincidence can fully absorb. Every few months, a new alignment surfaces. Someone finds a clip from 1997 that lands with unnerving precision on something that happened this morning. The screenshot moves through social media. The phrase "The Simpsons predicted it" cycles through its familiar rhythm. People who have not watched the show in years find themselves in comment sections arguing about whether the writers are time travelers or whether something stranger is happening. Here, let us look at the predictions carefully. The year 2000. An episode titled Bart to the Future. The narrative frame of the episode is a vision of a possible future, a speculation about one branch of an uncertain timeline, shown to Bart as a cautionary picture of the direction his life might take. In this future, Lisa Simpson has become the first female president of the United States. She is governing in the aftermath of a budget crisis she has inherited from her predecessor. The predecessor is identified in a line delivered as a throwaway joke about the particularly American tendency to conflate celebrity and political authority as Donald Trump. The episode aired in the year 2000. Donald Trump won the presidency in 2016. 16 years between the joke and its fulfillment. When the 2016 election concluded with that result, the internet rediscovered the episode with a kind of collective, vertiginous excitement. Screenshots circulated everywhere. The phrase "The Simpsons predicted Trump" became one of the defining viral formulations of that entire period, repeated by people who had watched the episode when it aired and by people who had never watched the show at all. The cultural resonance of the discovery, the slight nausea of recognition that accompanied it, was real and widespread in a way that went beyond ordinary internet virality. That is only the most famous example. In a 1995 episode, a character is depicted wearing a device on their wrist that functions as both a timepiece and a computing and communication instrument, a piece of technology whose visual iconography corresponds closely to the smartwatch category that Apple formally launched in 2014. The gap between the depiction and the commercial reality was 19 years. In a 1994 episode, Homer travels to space on the space shuttle alongside astronaut Buzz Aldrin. The episode deploys this premise as absurdist comedy and makes no argument for its plausibility within the reality it depicts. In 2001, Dennis Tito became the first paying civilian to travel to the International Space Station. By the early 2020s, companies founded by private individuals were routinely launching civilian passengers into orbit. The commercial space tourism infrastructure that the episode treated as a comedic impossibility became an unremarkable feature of the economic landscape. In a 1998 episode, Homer is shown near a chalkboard bearing what appears to be a partial mathematical equation. When that equation was examined by physicists in the context of the 2012 announcement confirming the existence of the Higgs boson particle, some of them noted that the equation appeared to contain elements that predicted, or at least rhymed with, the mass of the particle that the Large Hadron Collider had just experimentally confirmed. The Higgs boson was described in popular coverage as the God particle. Homer Simpson apparently had a version of the relevant mathematics on a chalkboard 14 years before the scientific community had the experimental confirmation. In a 1999 episode, Homer speculates that the universe might be shaped like a donut. Toroidal geometry. The specific shape of a donut, technically called a torus. Years after the episode aired, cosmologists analyzing observational data found specific radiation patterns that some researchers interpreted as suggesting the universe is large. Scale topology might indeed be toroidal. Homer's intuition was based on a passion for donuts rather than observational astrophysics, but the conclusion he arrived at overlapped. In a 1993 episode called Marge in Chains, a flu virus originating in Asia spreads to Springfield. The episode depicts the community response with a specificity that went unnoticed for most of its existence and then became impossible to miss in 2020. Panic buying. Supply shortages. Healthcare system strain. Institutional arguments about the appropriate response. A frantic search for a treatment that the community was not prepared to produce or distribute. The episode aired 27 years before a respiratory pandemic originating in Asia produced the same sequence of community responses in the actual world. At a scale the episode could not have anticipated, but in a pattern it depicted with uncomfortable accuracy. And within that fictional pandemic episode, the panicking townspeople of Springfield accidentally release a swarm of killer bees. In 2020, Asian giant hornets, which the media immediately and memorably christened murder hornets, appeared in the Pacific Northwest during the actual pandemic. The combination of a pandemic and the emergence of an unexpected and threatening insect species was in the 1993 episode 27 years before it was in the news. In 1996, an episode featured a comedic throwaway in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall, 28 years between the joke and the event it turned out to be predicting. In 1998, an episode depicted the Walt Disney Company acquiring 20th Century Fox. This was presented as an absurdist exaggeration of entertainment industry consolidation trends, the kind of corporate merger you might arrive at if you followed those trends few steps further than they had actually gone. In 2019, Disney completed its acquisition of 21st Century Fox. The episode's joke was that this had already happened. The reality was that it eventually did. Autocorrect failures. Depicted before autocorrect was a universal feature of consumer communication technology. Video calling, depicted before the infrastructure for it existed in products that ordinary people used. Surveillance culture, depicted in ways that felt exaggerated when the episodes aired and now feel, if anything, understated. Voice-controlled home assistants. Three-dimensional printing. Social media addiction. The normalization of the outrageous is a standard feature of public life. The list extends in every direction. When a new addition to it surfaces, the social media response follows its predictable cycle. Screenshot. Circulation. The Simpsons predicted it. Argument. Compilation. The question surfacing again, asked with fresh urgency, as if the mechanism behind it might be different this time. How are they doing this? The producers of the show have answered this question directly, and their answer is worth taking seriously before we move past it. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer on The Simpsons for most of its run, and who has more intimate knowledge of how the show is made than any other person whose statements on the subject are publicly available, has given the most quoted version of the answer. If you throw enough darts, you will hit some bullseyes. The volume of content the show produces across nearly 800 episodes over 36 years is so large that some portion of it will coincide with future events through statistical probability alone. No prophecy required. No unusual capability required. Enough content, enough time, and the math does the rest. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most creatively celebrated seasons, has framed it differently. The episodes are old enough, he has noted, that history has had time to repeat itself. The cyclical nature of human events means that jokes about recurring patterns of human behavior will eventually find real-world counterparts, because the patterns they are observing do recur. Organizations that systematically examine viral claims about Simpsons predictions have found that many of the most widely circulated examples rest on looser correspondences than. The viral framing suggests the visual similarity between a 1995 on-screen device and a modern smartwatch is real at the level of iconography but less precise at the level of actual function within the episode. The Trump prediction named a specific person who had been publicly discussing presidential ambitions for over a decade. The Disney-Fox merger was an extrapolation of trends that were already visible to anyone watching the entertainment industry's consolidation trajectory. The Simpsons writing staff historically has been one of the most academically credentialed in television. The show drew from writers who held degrees from Harvard, Yale, and comparable institutions, many with backgrounds in hard sciences, mathematics, computer science, and political theory. These are not people guessing randomly. They are highly educated, deeply attentive observers of the culture they inhabit, who spend their professional lives identifying the patterns in that culture and following those patterns to their logical conclusions. They do not predict the future. They read the present more carefully than most people do and follow the implications of what they read a few steps further than most people follow them. And then they deploy those implications as satirical premises. Because satire that is grounded in real trajectories is sharper and more effective than satire that invents its premises from whole cloth. The Trump episode did not forecast a specific electoral outcome 17 years in advance. It observed that Trump had been discussing the presidency publicly for over a decade, that celebrity culture and political culture were converging in ways that were already measurable, and that the logic of where those trends were heading followed to a specific conclusion, produced a Trump presidency as the punchline. The punchline arrived. The preparation for it had been visible the whole time. The Disney-Fox prediction did not require knowledge of a specific negotiation that would not begin for another 20 years. It required only the observation that entertainment industry consolidation was moving in a consistent direction and that the most aggressive acquirer in the industry had the resources and the appetite to continue that direction until it had absorbed everything. This is what sophisticated cultural analysis looks like when it is done well. It is not prophecy. It is diagnosis. But there are specific examples that the statistical argument, while valid in the aggregate, handles less comfortably at the individual level. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not generically suggest that exotic animal acts carry risk. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers. Roy Horn was critically injured in 2003 when he was attacked by one of the act's white tigers. White tiger. Performer. Attack. These three specific details align in a way that goes beyond the extrapolation of a general trend. The Trump prediction included a visual in which a crowd watches Trump descend an escalator as part of his announcement. Trump's actual 2015 campaign announcement famously involved descending an escalator at Trump Tower. The visual echo is specific in a way that is difficult to account for through general trend observation. These are not vague alignments. They are correspondences at a level of specificity that the statistical framework explains less comfortably than it explains the aggregate pattern. And this is where the meta-theory becomes genuinely interesting. The theory is not that The Simpsons predicts the future. The theory is that The Simpsons shapes the future. The Simpsons has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. It has been one of the most watched, most quoted, most culturally present pieces of media in American life for 3.5 decades. Its jokes have become part of the American lexicon. Its observations have become reference points in how Americans understand their own culture. The show has been absorbed so deeply into the cultural bloodstream that its images and premises and outcomes operate as shared cultural vocabulary in a way that is nearly unique among pieces of media with comparable duration. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke does not simply observe a possible future. It inserts that possible future into the cultural imagination of everyone who sees it. It becomes a frame, a reference point, something people think about when they see Trump in the news, something that primes the cultural expectation for a Trump presidency in ways that make it feel, when it arrives, less like a shocking departure from the expected and more like the arrival of something that was already somehow familiar. The joke does not predict the Trump presidency. The joke prepares the cultural imagination for the Trump presidency. And when the presidency arrives, the experience is not shock. It is recognition. Uncomfortable, resigned recognition. Of course. The Simpsons already did this. It was always going to happen. The show told us it would. The show's satire does not forecast the future. It normalizes the future before the future has arrived. It takes the trends that are already in motion and presents their logical conclusions as accomplished facts, as things so obviously where everything is heading that they can be. Deployed as premises for comedy. And when those conclusions eventually materialize in reality, the cultural experience is not discovery, but confirmation of what the show had already, in a specific sense, made. Thinkable. Springfield is not a prediction of where America was going. Springfield is a description of where America already was, depicted with enough clarity and enough satirical precision that when America continued in the direction it was already going, the description kept matching. The nuclear power plant, with its hundreds of violations, maintained in a state of ongoing danger through the determined incompetence of its operator and the captured indifference of its regulator, the corrupt billionaire who owns the economic infrastructure of an entire community and uses that ownership to prevent any accountability for what he does with it. The government official who is buffoonish and pliable in exactly the proportion that makes him useful to the people with resources, the population that is too distracted, too fatigued, too structurally disadvantaged to sustain the attention and the organized resistance that challenging any of this would require. These are not predictions. These are observations that have remained accurate for 36 years because the conditions they describe have not fundamentally changed. The show just wrote them down first. And here's the piece that gives the prediction phenomenon its specific flavor of vertigo, even after you have accepted everything that accounts for it. The Simpsons has also produced thousands of predictions that never came true. Thousands of them. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and social transformations that went in completely different directions. Jokes about political outcomes that history refused to produce. Jokes about cultural changes that the culture did not make. Futures that stayed futures. Conclusions that the trends it was observing did not actually reach. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody compiles them. Nobody posts them with a breathless commentary about how the show got it wrong. Because confirmation bias only works in one direction. We remember the hits and forget the misses. And when you filter nearly 800 episodes of satirical content about American culture through 3 decades of selective memory and the amplification engine of social media, what remains in the shared cultural record is a curated selection of accurate forecasts that looks, from a sufficient distance, exactly like prophecy. It is not prophecy. It is the natural consequence of producing enough content over enough time, observed by a culture that systematically remembers what confirmed what it was already thinking and forgets what contradicted it. The predictions are real, in the sense that the correspondences are real. The mechanism behind them is statistical volume and confirmation bias, not supernatural capacity. This is true and it is the correct explanation. And even knowing that, even with the mechanism fully understood and fully accepted, there is something in the experience of watching a clip from 1997 land squarely on a headline from this week that produces a moment that the statistical explanation does not entirely dissipate because the show has been running long enough, and the observation has been sharp enough, and the culture has moved in exactly the directions the show charted with sufficient consistency, that even after accounting for everything that accounts for it, something remains. A residue. The faint suggestion that maybe, in the specific way that a show can know something without understanding it, the writers of The Simpsons have been tracking something about American culture that is stranger and more consistent than any individual prediction captures. Something that makes even the show's own creators pause occasionally and wonder if maybe they know something they should not. Section 8. Mona Simpson, A&D, the conspiracy that made Homer who he is. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer Simpson's mother was dead. That was the official story. The version of events that Abe Simpson had provided when Homer was young enough to need an explanation and young enough that a simple one would be sufficient. She had died. He showed Homer a grave. Homer mourned in the way that children mourn losses too large to comprehend, by growing around the wound rather than through it, by becoming the person the wound produced rather than the person he might have been without it. And that wound, that specific and permanent and entirely constructed absence, shaped everything about Homer Simpson. The desperate need for approval that he extends toward everyone, including people who treat him with contempt and never return anything he gives. The clinginess toward Marge, the specific grabbing, fear-driven clinginess that is sometimes funny and sometimes exhausting, but is always the behavior of a man who has been afraid of abandonment since early childhood and has organized a significant portion of his emotional energy around preventing its repetition. The willingness to absorb years of professional humiliation from an employer who cannot remember his name rather than risk the formlessness of being without the job's routine and role. The compulsive need to be liked, to be appreciated, to have his presence acknowledged as something that matters, that goes well past what charm or social warmth would normally require and into the territory of emotional subsistence. Homer Simpson's entire personality, examined without the comedy that keeps it charming, is a coping mechanism for maternal loss. A coping mechanism built on a loss that was real in its effect, real in what it produced in Homer, but not real in its cause. Because the mother was not dead. In November 1995, the show's 7th season revealed the truth. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It is, by the consensus of people who have watched the show long enough to form considered opinions, one of the finest episodes in the show's history. Not because it is particularly funny, though it has its moments in the way that the show's best emotional episodes always do, but because it is honest in a way that demands something from the audience, honest about what absence does to people. Honest about what it costs to find someone you lost and then lose them again. Honest about the relationship between the truth and the comfort of not knowing it. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday. The method is characteristic. He pushes a mannequin off a cliff near the power plant, a cliff that seems purpose-built for this kind of thing, given how often Springfield's geography produces it when convenient, and allows the town to file a death report. Marge insists he correct this. At the Hall of Records, Homer discovers something in the municipal files that restructures everything he has believed about his own history. His mother is alive. The death was a fiction. The grave was a lie. The grave Abe showed him was not Mona's. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the 19th century poet, and Abe had been directing Homer's grief toward a famous writer's burial site for the entirety of Homer's life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, standing beside what she believes is her son's grave, mourning the boy she lost. She does not recognize the man in front of her. He has become someone in her absence that she was not there to watch him become. But when Homer establishes who he is, the scene that follows is handled with the specific restraint that the show reserves for its most emotionally significant moments. A grown man and his mother. 27 years between them, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells him the truth. She did not die. She did not leave because she wanted to. She left because staying would have put Homer and Abe in danger. Because the man whose facility Homer would grow up to work at, the man whose name Homer could not consistently remember, had destroyed her life and forced her underground before. Homer was old enough to understand what was happening. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife, married to Abe, mother to a young Homer, living a quiet, ordinary life in Springfield while the world outside was burning through one of its most turbulent decades. The civil rights movement, the anti-war protests, the counterculture, the specific American convulsion of the late 1960s, which produced more lasting social change than most Americans want to credit it with, and more casualties than most histories want to fully document. Mona was radicalized. The show depicts her radicalization with the broad stylistic strokes it applies to the political content of that era, but the facts underlying the comedy are specific and serious. She joined a group of activists. Their target was a biological weapons laboratory. The owner of the biological weapons laboratory was Mr. Burns. Not just a nuclear power plant with 342 violations, a facility manufacturing biological weapons. Weaponized pathogens, military-grade biological agents, designed to incapacitate or kill, being produced in a laboratory in the same community where Homer was growing up, where children were going to school, where families were living their ordinary daily lives, with no knowledge that the wealthiest man in their town was running a germ warfare operation alongside his nuclear facility. 2 facilities in one community, each independently capable of catastrophic harm to the population living around it. Both operated by the same man. Mona and her group broke into the laboratory. They detonated a device designed to neutralize and destroy the biological agent stored inside. The antibiotic bomb, the show calls it. The raid succeeded. The pathogens were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped. Someone had been knocked down in the chaos of the raid. She stopped to help them. She helped them to their feet. The person she stopped to help was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapon she had just destroyed, because she was the kind of person who stops to help someone who has fallen, because that instinct does not have. An exception for the person whose weapons you just destroyed, because that is who Mona Simpson was. Burns saw her face. Burns identified her. Burns reported her to the FBI. From that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping, in the night, so that he could not ask questions she could not answer and could not be asked to understand something beyond the range of what a young child could hold, and she walked out of the house and into a night that lasted 27 years. Homer woke up. His mother was gone. His father told him she was dead, and Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life building his entire emotional architecture on the belief that there was something about him, some essential deficiency that had made the first person who was supposed to love him unconditionally cease to exist. He was not unloved. He was hunted. And the man who was hunting his mother was the man who signed his paychecks. When Mona returns in the episode, Burns recognizes her. He spots her from a cab window, in the fraction of a second that the view from a passing vehicle permits, and he recognizes a face he saw once in a laboratory in 1969 and has been tracking ever since. He calls the authorities. The FBI comes to the Simpson house. Mona has to run again. Homer says goodbye to his mother for the second time. This time, he knows why she is leaving. This time, he understands who made it necessary. And he returns to work at the Springfield nuclear power plant. He goes back to Sector 7G. He goes back to the donuts in the chair where he sleeps through emergencies and the 742 documented errors that should have ended his employment years before they reached that number but never did, for reasons that connect directly to the conspiracy being described here. He does not confront Burns. He does not quit. He does not appear to fully connect the man who destroyed his family in 1969 with the man who has been employing him for his entire adult life. Employing him specifically and strategically and for reasons that have nothing to do with his professional qualifications. This is not played as a comedic beat. It is played as tragedy, the specific tragedy of watching someone lack the tools to act on information that should change everything for them. Because Homer does not have those tools. The crayon, the radiation, the decades of living in a contaminated environment that the show has established impairs cognitive function in the people who inhabit it. The combined effect of all of it on a brain that was never given the conditions it needed to develop fully. Homer cannot trace the line between his mother's exile and his employer's decision to report her. His brain does not perform that kind of sustained causal inference reliably enough to produce the conclusion the situation calls for. He cannot see the architecture of his own suffering because the architecture was built specifically to ensure he could not. Burns did not just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's psychology. By driving Mona out of Springfield when Homer was a young child, Burns created the specific emotional conditions that would produce the specific kind of worker he needed at his plant, a man with no reliable sense of his own worth. Because the primary attachment figure of his early childhood disappeared without explanation at the age when that attachment is most formative. A man terrified of losing the things he has, because his earliest and most defining experience was of a cherished thing simply being gone one morning. A man who will absorb decades of disrespect and poor treatment from an employer who cannot remember his name, who will absorb them without resistance or sustained objection, because the alternative, being fired, losing the income, losing the structure, losing one more thing, is more frightening than any amount of humiliation the job can produce. Burns needed exactly that man. He could not have designed a better one. And the show confirms the full extent of the conspiracy in a revelation that comes in a later season, almost as an aside. The way the show reveals its most important information. Burns had committed a crime. Grandpa Simpson had discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence about the crime, Burns had guaranteed Homer a permanent position at the plant, regardless of his performance, regardless of the documented errors, regardless of any number of incidents that would have ended anyone else's employment at any other facility. Homer's job security was not a cartoon convenience. It was a contract. A contract struck between Homer's father and the man who had destroyed Homer's family. In silence. In secret. Never disclosed to Homer, because disclosing it would require explaining everything else. The mother who was a fugitive, the weapons program, the raid, the FBI report, the 27 years. The way Abe had responded to all of it by making the best deal he could with the person responsible. Homer was the currency of the deal. His lifetime employment at the plant, his guaranteed income, his professional insulation from the consequences of his own incompetence were the price Abe accepted in exchange for not speaking about what Burns had done. 3 generations of Simpsons. Broken by one man's grudge against a woman who stopped to help him up after his weapons program was destroyed. Homer's mother was a person who fought against something genuinely wrong and lost everything for it. Homer's father was a man who found a way to survive the aftermath of her fight and buried the truth as the cost of survival. Homer inherited the consequences of both without ever being told what they were, without ever being given the information that would allow him to understand why his life felt the way it felt, why the sadness that sat at the center of him had no name and no story he could point to. Burns took Homer's mother. He took Homer's potential. The episode where the crayon is removed proves this. Homer without the crayon, Homer with the cognitive function he was supposed to have, is someone capable of genuine insight, genuine connection, genuine engagement with the world at a level that the person with the crayon in his brain cannot reach. That person exists inside Homer, has always existed inside Homer, trapped behind the crayon and the radiation damage and the decades of diminished function. Burns made sure that person would never get out. He did it when Homer was 6 years old and his mother kissed him goodbye in the dark. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The show handles it without ceremony, without the dramatic staging that a death of this narrative significance might seem to call for. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time. No joke, no reset, no cutaway to something lighter. Just a man and his mother and the weight of 27 stolen years, pressed together in a quiet room, and then only one of them remaining. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath the comedy, running beneath 36 seasons of Homer falling down and getting back up, there is this story, a family broken across 3 generations by one man's decision that his weapons program was worth more than their wholeness. A mother who fought and lost everything. A father who survived by making himself useful to the enemy. A son who inherited the damage without the context to understand it, and the man responsible sat in his office at the top of the power plant for the entirety of all of their lives, sustained by his weekly treatments, protected by his wealth, untouchable by any legal or social consequence that the town's captured institutions could produce. Burns won. In Springfield, Burns always wins, because the man with the resources writes the rules, and the rules are written to ensure that the people most affected by them are least equipped to challenge them. Homer stands at the center of all of it. Too damaged to see the pattern, too dependent on the structure to break free from it, strangling his son on the couch every evening in a house that runs on electricity generated by the same plant that poisons his water and funds the empire of the man who stole his childhood. He was broken before he ever clocked in, and he never knew why. Section 9. Where is Springfield? The geography of everywhere and nowhere. There is a town in American popular culture that more people can identify by name than can name the capital of most individual American states. A town with a nuclear power plant and a tire fire, and a bottomless gorge and a working harbor, and a monorail built by a conman in elementary school with perpetually underfunded music programs and a hospital that seems to exist primarily to receive the consequences of the town's most recent disaster. A town with mountains and oceans and deserts and farmland and forests, all apparently within a reasonable drive of each other, in a configuration that exists on no map of any American state, a town that borders Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. Depending on which episode you are watching. Nobody has ever found Springfield on a map. This is not an accident. This is not a failure of the show's creative organization to maintain a consistent geography across 36 years of production. This is not the expected consequence of hundreds of writers working across decades without a centralized geographic database. This is a deliberate, sustained, continuously maintained creative decision to ensure that Springfield can never be pinned down. Never be reduced to a specific place on the map of the real United States. Never be localized to a single community that specific people can claim and other people can distance themselves from. The contradictions are too thorough to be accidental. In one episode, the characters drive north and reach the Canadian border within a reasonable travel time. In another, they drive south and encounter conditions consistent with a state that borders the Gulf of Mexico. In one episode, the coast is a short drive away. In another, the town is landlocked by implication. The geography does not remain inconsistent only at the level of regional placement. It is internally contradictory in ways that cannot be reconciled into a single physical location anywhere in the continental United States. Springfield has oceanfront property and mountains and desert and farmland, all within the same geographic context. No real American community has that combination of features within driving distance. The town is an architectural composite, assembled from pieces of every American geography that has ever contributed something to the show's visual vocabulary. Lisa's area code, visible in certain episodes, begins with 636. That is a real Missouri area code. The state abbreviation visible in other episodes is ENT, which is not a real state abbreviation at any scale of American political geography. When Homer calls the state capital in one episode, the voice on the other end establishes that the state name begins with a vowel, which eliminates some candidates while leaving. Enough viable options to render the information functionally useless for identification purposes. The state flag does not match any real state flag with sufficient precision to settle the question. The show teases specificity and then withdraws it. Over and over. For 36 years. With the practiced consistency of a magician who has been performing the same disappearing act long enough that the mechanics are completely invisible, Matt Groening addressed this directly and apparently definitively in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He named Springfield, Oregon as the inspiration for Springfield. He explained that he grew up near that city. He explained that he chose the name Springfield because it is one of the most common city names in America, ensuring that residents of many different communities could experience the show's fictional Springfield as referring, in some sense, to theirs. He described the reference to the Springfield from Father Knows Best, an earlier television show, as a conscious choice. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery appeared to have been solved. Springfield was in Oregon. The creator said so. And then the show continued to air episodes that placed Springfield in geographic contexts flatly inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not treat Groening's interview statement as a resolution of the geographic question. They treated it as one more element in the continuously maintained ambiguity. Episodes aired after the 2012 interview that established geographic facts about Springfield that Oregon cannot accommodate. The confession changed nothing because the mystery was not waiting to be solved. The mystery is the point. And the mystery works because Springfield's geographic impossibility is not a bug in the show's production management. It is the show's most sophisticated, sustained joke, running across 36 years, visible to every viewer who has ever tried to pin the town down and felt the map slide away from under their analysis. The surface-level explanation is one that the show's creators have confirmed. Springfield is meant to feel like every American town, simultaneously. It is meant to be the town you grew up in regardless of where you actually grew up. The ubiquity of the name Springfield in American geography, the fact that dozens of states have a Springfield within their borders, is the mechanism. Springfield is everywhere, which means Springfield belongs to everyone, which means the show's satire can land in every American living room as satire about the specific place where that living room is located. This is the stated design philosophy, and it is confirmed by the people who built the show, and it is true as far as it goes. But under the lens of the theories we have been exploring, Springfield's geographic impossibility takes on dimensions that the stated design philosophy does not account for. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield is a contamination zone where the normal rules of biology have been fundamentally altered by decades of nuclear exposure, there is no principled reason why the physical geography of the place should be exempt from the same alteration. If the people of Springfield can have 4 fingers and yellow skin and survive injuries that would produce certain mortality in any uncontaminated human, why should the land they live on be constrained by the normal rules of American physical geography? Maybe the contamination does not only affect biology. Maybe what the plant's output has done to the space around Springfield extends beyond the biological and into the physical. Maybe the radiation has warped the landscape in ways that compress geographic features that should be separated by hundreds of miles into a single impossible region. Mountains accessible from the same coastline. Desert within driving distance of snowfall. The physical environment of Springfield as distorted as its residents' biology. A contaminated landscape for a contaminated population. If the coma theory is true, the geographic impossibility is not puzzling at all. Homer's dreaming brain does not have a precise, detailed, accurate map of the United States in its memory. It has impressions. Fragments, the accumulated residue of every place Homer has ever visited or driven through or seen on a television screen or heard described. Mountains from a family vacation that has blurred into a generalized memory of altitude and cold air. Ocean from a trip with Marge that has become, in the dream, simply the presence of water at a horizon. Desert from a film he watched once that left only the visual impression of flatness and heat. Farmland from a long drive through the middle of the country that registered as a feeling rather than a location. Homer's unconscious mind assembled all of these impressions into Springfield, layered them on top of each other without regard for the geographic logic that a waking mind would apply, because dreams do not have geographic logic. Dreams have emotional logic. And Springfield's geography is emotionally logical for a man who grew up in America and absorbed all of its landscapes as the background texture of a life being lived rather than as a map being memorized. Springfield feels like America because it is made from Homer's memory of America. And Homer's memory of America is scattered and incomplete and held together by the longing of a man who loves the country he was born in the way you love something you are afraid of losing. If the principle in the Popper theory is the operative framework, Springfield's geographic uncertainty is not a comedy device or a dream artifact. It is a legal and regulatory shield. You cannot investigate a town you cannot definitively locate. You cannot bring federal environmental charges against a nuclear facility if you cannot establish with certainty what state the facility is in and therefore what regulatory jurisdiction applies. You cannot serve regulatory demands or enforce cleanup orders or hold anyone accountable for contamination if the jurisdiction is perpetually fluid. You cannot run a consistent EPA oversight regime on a facility whose address shifts depending on which episode you are using as your reference point. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means a specific set of regulations applies. Landing means a specific attorney general has jurisdiction. Landing means specific investigators have authority. Landing means someone shows up with a map and a badge and starts asking questions about the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the billionaire who glows in the dark and remembers events from before any of the investigators' grandparents were born. Springfield's geographic uncertainty is not an amusing quirk of the show's construction. It is the reason nobody from outside Springfield has ever successfully held anyone in Springfield accountable for anything. The episode Behind the Laughter from the show's 12th season is formatted as a documentary about the Simpson family, treating them as real people whose lives were turned into a television show. In this episode, Springfield's location is given. The original broadcast identified the family as being from northern Kentucky. This identification was, briefly, the most specific geographic information the show had ever formally provided. And then syndicated reruns of the same episode replaced northern Kentucky with a different location. The answer to the question of where Springfield is literally depends on which version of the episode you are watching. The show gave you the truth and changed the truth based on the context in which it was being accessed. Even the most explicit geographic statement the show has ever made was revised to prevent it from settling anything. Every state in the country has a community of viewers who have assembled compelling cases that Springfield is in their state. Missouri, Oregon, Kentucky, Illinois, New Mexico, Massachusetts. The evidence for each of these cases is real enough to be taken seriously. The evidence against each of them is equally real. The show has provided enough material to support almost any geographic identification, while simultaneously providing enough contradictory material to undermine every one of them. This is not the result of disorganized production management. This is designed. Springfield will never be located, not because the show cannot decide, but because the show made up its mind decades ago that Springfield is more useful as a mystery than as an answer. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. A town that belongs to everyone is a town that no one can shut down, dismiss as someone else's problem, or place outside the boundaries of their own concern. Springfield is every town, which means everything that happens in Springfield has something to do with where you live. Which means the cracked cooling towers and the three-eyed fish and the yellow-skinned residents who have not aged in 36 years and the billionaire who cannot die are not somewhere else's problem. They are yours. That is why you cannot find Springfield on the map. Because Springfield is not on the map. Springfield is the map. Section 10. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and the Dark Heart of Springfield. We are near the end of our time in Springfield now. We have walked a long way together through this town. We have examined the contamination and the dream and the shooting and the immortal billionaire and the community that votes to choose its own reality. We have looked behind the silence of the most dangerous baby in television history. We have counted the predictions and traced the conspiracy that broke a family across 3 generations. We have found Springfield on every map and on no map. Before we leave, there are 2 characters who have been present in the background of everything we have discussed and who deserve, before we go, to have the light turned on them. Directly, 2 people who, when you look at them through everything we now understand about Springfield, reveal something about what this show has been saying underneath all of the comedy. All of the satire, all of the 36 years of Homer falling down and getting back up. Let us start with the one you almost always miss. Hans Moleman. If you have watched The Simpsons with any regularity, you know Hans Moleman, even if you cannot immediately place the name. He is tiny and very old and very nearly blind. His glasses are defined primarily by their thickness. He moves with the deliberate, careful economy of someone for whom every step represents a genuine negotiation with physics. He appears in the background of Springfield scenes, on streets and in movie theaters and at community events, existing in the ambient life of the town as one of its more easily overlooked fixtures. And he dies. Frequently. Repeatedly. In episode after episode across the show's entire run. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed by heavy objects falling from significant heights. He gets buried alive. He gets attacked by animals. He gets struck by lightning. He gets incinerated. He is eaten. He walks into traffic in a way that suggests his nearly complete visual impairment is a continuous and serious hazard that the town's infrastructure does not adequately accommodate, and he disappears under the wheels of vehicles that do not slow down. He is, by any reasonable count, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animated television. And then he comes back. Every time. Without explanation, without a resurrection scene, without anyone in Springfield acknowledging that the small, elderly, nearly blind man who died 2 episodes ago has apparently returned to life and is once again available for the background of a street scene. He simply appears. Ready to be destroyed again, positioned in the ambient life of the town as if his previous deaths were not events that have any ongoing significance. Most people encounter this pattern and file it under running gag. Moleman dies a lot. It is funny. The joke is the repetition and the variety of the methods. Move on. But through the lens of everything we have been discussing, Moleman's death cycle is not a running gag. It is one of the strangest unexplained phenomena in a town that is full of them. If the radiation theory is true, Hans Moleman may represent the most extreme case of mutation in the Springfield population. Not the enhanced intelligence of Maggie or the reduced cognitive function of Homer, but something stranger and more specific, a biological alteration so fundamental that his body has lost its ability to maintain normal cell death at the systemic level. He does not merely survive injuries the way Homer survives injuries, absorbing damage and healing at rates that defy normal physiology. He actually dies, in the functional sense that the show depicts, and then reconstitutes. As if death, for Moleman's specific mutated biology, is a temporary state rather than a permanent one. A biological reset rather than an ending. If this is what the plant has done to him, if decades of contamination have produced in his body a cellular process that treats fatal trauma as a recoverable condition, then Moleman is the most extreme visible evidence of what the plant is actually capable of doing. Not just 3 eyes, not just yellow skin and 4 fingers, the ability to die and return. Death as a reversible condition. Springfield's contamination zone taken to its logical extreme in one small, nearly blind man who keeps getting hit by cars. If the coma theory is true, Moleman is something different. He is a minor character in Homer's dream. A background element, one of the pieces of ambient human presence that Homer's unconscious mind generates to populate Springfield with enough living detail to feel like a real place. And Homer's dreaming mind, which maintains the major characters with the fidelity that sustained emotional investment produces, does not maintain Moleman with the same care. He is a prop. A piece of furniture. Homer's mind breaks him occasionally when the dream needs to generate a consequence, and reassembles him when the dream needs him to be present in the next scene. And does this without bothering to maintain narrative continuity about whether he has died recently, because narrative continuity about minor background characters is not a priority for A, brain that is primarily concerned with keeping Marge and the kids intact and the house on Evergreen Terrace standing. If the collective denial theory is the framework, Moleman's deaths are simply one more thing Springfield has chosen not to notice. A man dies publicly, repeatedly, in locations where other people are present. Nobody investigates. Nobody asks the question that the situation seems to demand. Nobody calls for any form of inquiry into why the same man keeps dying and then appearing again alive in subsequent scenes as if the dying never happened. The town has absorbed his death cycle into the ambient strangeness of everyday life, the way it has absorbed the 3-eyed fish and the glowing plant manager and the baby who shot a man and the principal who is not the principal. One more strange thing in a town that has decided, collectively and formally, not to find things strange. But Moleman provided one piece of information that rewards attention more than any of his deaths. He stated his age. In one episode, Hans Moleman identifies himself as 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in the final decades of a very long life. His body is compact with the compression that extreme age produces. His movement suggests joints that have been negotiating with gravity for far longer than 31 years of human life would require. His vision has deteriorated to the point where the corrective lenses he wears are among the thickest that appear in any character design in the show's history. If he is telling the truth, something aged Hans Moleman by 60 or 70 years in a span of time that should have produced 31. Something took a man who should be in the early middle of his life and produced a body that looks like extreme old age. Something compressed decades of physical deterioration into a time frame that the normal biology of aging cannot account for. The radiation theory has an answer for this. The same contamination that has been affecting everyone in Springfield since before most of the current residents were born. The same environmental exposure that produced Blinky's third eye and the 4-fingered hands and the yellow skin and the compromised cognitive function and all the other biological anomalies that the show has been depicting as the ambient reality of Springfield life for 36 years. In most residents, the effects are distributed across multiple biological systems. In Moleman, they may have concentrated in the process of aging, accelerating it to a catastrophic degree while simultaneously producing the cellular resilience that allows him to survive and recover from physical damage that should be permanently fatal. Premature aging and physical near indestructibility. The same contamination, expressing in both directions at once. The only framework that does not have an answer for Hans Moleman is the one that says The Simpsons is just a cartoon and none of this means anything. Now Ned Flanders. Ned Flanders has been Homer Simpson's neighbor since the show began. He has been present in more episodes than most characters who get significantly more attention. He has been a consistent, reliable, omnipresent fixture of the show's world, waving over the fence, offering assistance, absorbing Homer's casual and sometimes profound cruelty. With a patience that has served as one of the show's most reliable comedic contrasts. On the surface, Ned is everything Homer is not. He is kind without being asked to be. He is generous in ways that cost him real resources, not just words. He is devoutly religious in a way that appears to reflect genuine commitment rather than performative identity. He is physically fit. He is financially responsible. He maintains his property and his relationships and his obligations with a consistency that Homer's household has never approached. He is a good father to his 2 boys. He is a patient neighbor to a man who has given him every conceivable reason not to be. He is, by any objective measurement, a better person than Homer in every dimension of character that can be assessed. And the show punishes him for it, relentlessly. Maud Flanders was Ned's wife. She was, by all available evidence, a good woman. She was Marge's friend. She was a devoted mother. She participated in the community with the same conscientious attention to doing things right that defines everything about Ned. She died at the Springfield Speedway. The mechanics of her death matter. Homer was sitting in the bleachers. T-shirt cannons were firing souvenir shirts into the crowd. Homer, responding to the cannons with the reflexive self-preservation instinct that defines his physical behavior, dodged the shirts that were coming toward him. The shirts that would have hit Homer hit Maud instead. The impact knocked her from the bleachers. She died from the fall. Homer's selfishness killed Ned Flanders' wife. Not through malice, not through any intent, through the completely characteristic, entirely in keeping with everything we know about Homer, reflexive prioritization of his own immediate comfort over the safety of the people around him. And Ned forgave him. Not after a dramatic struggle with rage and grief that resolved into forgiveness through a process of genuine moral work. Ned forgave Homer because that is what Ned does. Because Ned's forgiveness is not a choice he makes in response to circumstances. It is a condition of his existence. Years later, the show revealed why. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community rebuilds it so incompetently that it collapses almost immediately, Ned has a breakdown. Not a comedic one. Not the kind of momentary crack in composure that is resolved within the same scene. A genuine psychological breakdown, depicted with enough specificity and enough raw emotion that the comedy around it feels uncomfortable rather than funny. Ned screams at the entire community. He identifies with remarkable precision every person who has failed him, every way they have failed him, every accumulated slight and disappointment and casual cruelty that he has been absorbing without complaint for his entire life. He says things that you sense he has never been able to say before, things that have been building up for decades, finally getting out through a gap in the containment that the hurricane created. And then he is institutionalized, which is where the revelation comes. Ned's extreme patience, his limitless forgiveness, his inability to sustain anger or hold a grievance regardless of the provocation, is not his natural character. It is the product of behavioral modification applied in childhood. Ned was, as a young child, violent and uncontrollable. His parents, beatniks who rejected conventional discipline as a philosophical position, took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him. Years of behavioral therapy directed at a child too young to consent to or resist the process, producing a man whose patience is not a virtue he developed, but a cage built around. A child who never chose it. Ned's character was manufactured. His goodness is not who he is. It is what was done to him. Knowing this, you read everything about Ned differently. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It is the expression of a suppression mechanism so deeply embedded in his psychology that it overrides the responses that any reasonable person would produce when confronted with what Homer repeatedly does to his life. He cannot escalate. He cannot sustain the anger that the situations call for. His brain was conditioned, before he was old enough to object, to suppress that response regardless of what triggers it. His forgiveness after Maud's death is not grace. It is a programmed behavioral output. His brain was wired to produce forgiveness as the automatic response to being wronged, regardless of the scale of the wrong. Because the alternative, sustained anger, was conditioned out of him when he was young enough that the conditioning had nowhere to go except deep. His faith is not spiritual conviction developed through a genuine journey toward God. It is a coping framework that a man with no access to his own anger, no capacity for sustained grievance, no means of processing injustice through any channel except acceptance, needs to explain why he keeps suffering while doing everything right. Because Ned keeps suffering. His wife was killed by his neighbor's selfishness. His house was destroyed by a hurricane and then destroyed again by the community's incompetent attempt to help. His patience has been exploited by essentially everyone in Springfield at one point or another. His faith has been tested in ways that the show depicts with more honesty than it usually allows itself about the relationship between genuine religious conviction and a world that does not appear to reward it. And here is the detail that, once you have seen it, is impossible to unsee. God talks to Homer. This is canonical. This is established in the show's own continuity across multiple episodes. Homer has spoken with God face to face. God has appeared to Homer in dreams and in conversations, and in moments of theological direct engagement. God has given Homer a fish. God has discussed Homer's life with Homer in terms that suggest genuine divine interest in how things are going for this specific, unexceptional, donut-eating nuclear safety. Inspector from Springfield. God talks to Homer. God does not talk to Ned. In all of the episodes across 36 seasons, in all of Ned's decades of genuine, committed, carefully maintained religious practice, in all of the time he has spent in church and in prayer and in service to the community around him, God has not appeared to Ned. Not once. Not in any of the ways that God has repeatedly appeared to Homer. The man who falls asleep in church gets divine conversation. The man who has dedicated his life to faith gets silence. That is not random cruelty. That is the show making an argument about the relationship between goodness and reward in the specific universe of Springfield. An argument about what the systems operating in this town actually respond to. The systems do not respond to goodness. They do not respond to merit or effort or moral commitment or any of the qualities that the conventional framework of how the world should work would predict should produce. Positive outcomes. The systems respond to compliance, to utility, to the specific kind of presence in the machinery of Springfield that makes the machinery run. Homer is useful to the machinery. He is useful to Burns's plant as an incompetent safety inspector. He is useful to the town as a man whose disasters generate the narrative energy that keeps Springfield's social fabric continuously in motion. He is useful to the dream, if the coma theory is true, as the central consciousness around which the entire fiction is organized. God talks to Homer because Homer is the protagonist, and in Springfield's universe, the protagonist receives the universe's attention regardless of his merit. Ned is not the protagonist. Ned is the neighbor, the foil, the person whose virtue throws Homer's vice into relief. And in Springfield's universe, as in the real world more often than anyone who believes in the relationship between goodness and reward wants to admit, the foil gets the silence. The darkest theory about Ned Flanders is the simplest one. He is the saddest character on the show, not Homer, who is too cognitively impaired by the accumulated damage of his environment and his history to fully comprehend the shape of his own suffering. Not Lisa, who is young enough to still believe that the fight is worth having and that things might improve if she keeps pushing. Not Burns, who is too powerful to ever be required to feel anything he does not choose to feel. Ned Flanders, the man who does everything right and receives nothing back from the universe that would justify the effort. The man whose wife was killed by his neighbor's thoughtlessness and who forgave that neighbor because his brain will not permit any other response. The man who goes to church every Sunday in a show whose universe explicitly contains a God, who has better things to do on the days Ned is in the pew than show up. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that does not reward rightness. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that does not punish wrongness. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. And the gap between them, the gap between the man who tries and the man who does not, the gap between the person who has spent his life being good and the person who has spent his life being Homer, has never once closed. Because in Springfield, the gap does not close. The system is not designed to close it. The system is designed to keep Homer at the plant, and Ned at the church, and Burns at the top, and Moleman in the ground, and the residents of the contamination zone exactly where they are, unchanged, unaging, cycling through the same patterns in the same town on the same floating timeline that began in 1989 and has not moved since. That is the machine. That is what all of these theories, from every direction they approach it, are describing, a machine that keeps things exactly as they are. That is Springfield. Closing. Why we cannot let them go. We have been in Springfield for a long time. We started at the nuclear power plant, at those 2 cooling towers and that plume of steam and the 342 violations and the man with an IQ of 55. Standing between all of it and the town that lives downwind of it, we followed the contamination through the water and the soil and the bodies of the people who have been drinking and breathing and living inside it for their entire lives. And we watched it produce, in every living thing it touches, a deviation from the normal that the show has been depicting for 36 years as if it were simply how things look in this particular place. We walked through the evidence that Homer has been dreaming since April 1993, that the machine came down and the coma began, and every episode since that date is the unconscious construction of a man in a hospital bed refusing, with everything his damaged brain still has available to it, to let the story end. We examined the shooting of Mr. Burns and found that the case was closed rather than solved, that the official answer satisfies the legal requirement without satisfying the logical one. We followed Burns through his century of artificial survival and understood the closed loop between his wealth and his treatments, and the town that cannot afford to let him die. We watched Springfield vote to maintain a lie and understood, for the first time, that every other reset in the show's history operated through the same mechanism. We looked behind Maggie's silence and found something extraordinary, patient, and precisely calibrated. We counted the predictions and traced the mechanism that produces them and found that the mechanism is not prophecy but something in some ways stranger. A show that has been reading America so clearly and for so long that America has started to look like the show. We followed Mona Simpson's trail from 1969 to a quiet hospital room decades later, and we traced the damage that one man's decision did to 3 generations of the same family. We searched for Springfield on every map and found it everywhere and nowhere. And we sat with Molliman and Ned and understood through both of them what the show is saying about goodness and suffering, and the systems that distribute each of them in this. Impossible Town. Every theory we explored from every direction it approached the material arrived at the same place by a different road. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental. Something structural. Something that goes deeper than animation style, or episodic storytelling convention, or the acknowledged flexibility of a show that has been running longer than most of its audience has been alive, whether it is the radiation, or the coma, or the collective denial, or the institutional corruption that has been present in this town since before the first episode aired. Something has broken the normal rules of reality in Springfield. And the show has been telling you about it. Not through dramatic revelations or expository speeches, but through accumulation, through the patient, decades-long layering of detail upon detail upon detail until the picture that emerges is impossible to dismiss once you have assembled it. The Simpsons is not hiding its mysteries. It has been showing them to you every single week for 36 years. You just had to stop and look, and looking reveals a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and, in some ways, more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's damage is not a character trait, but a wound left by a system that broke his family before he was old enough to understand what was happening to him. Where Maggie's silence is the most sophisticated thing anyone in the family has ever done. Where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of what happens when a single entity accumulates enough resources to exempt itself from the conditions that govern everyone. Elsa's mortality. Where Marge's patience is the structural load-bearing element of an entire family that would collapse without it. Where Bart's rebellion is the only sane response to a world that has decided to stop making sense. And where Lisa, 8 years old and brilliant and profoundly alone, keeps asking questions that nobody wants to answer because she is the only person in Springfield who has not yet decided that looking is too dangerous. That is the show. That is 36 seasons and 788 episodes and the longest-running animated series in American history. And after all of it, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the hours spent trying to understand what is actually happening in this impossible town, the biggest mystery is still the simplest one. Why can we not let them go? They have been on our screens for 36 years. The same family, in the same house, on the same street, in the same town that cannot be found on any map. We have watched Homer fall down and get back up thousands of times. We have watched Marge maintain her patience past the point where patience should have any reasonable expectation of reward. We have watched Bart scheme and Lisa struggle, and Maggie watch everything with those enormous knowing eyes. We have been watching them our entire lives, some of us. And we cannot stop. Maybe because they are us. Maybe because Springfield is our town regardless of the town we actually live in. Maybe because Homer is our father, or the father we did not have, or the version of ourselves that makes the worst possible choice and somehow survives it. Maybe because Marge is the person who stayed when leaving would have been easier. Maybe because Bart is who we wanted to be when we were 10, and the world was a set of rules we had not yet decided to accept. Maybe because Lisa is who we should have been, or who we are in the moments when we are being honest about it. Maybe because Maggie is the part of us we keep hidden, watching everything and saying nothing. Waiting for the moment when speaking will be safe. Or maybe it is simpler than any of that. Maybe we cannot let them go, because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the world has changed in ways we did not plan for and did not entirely want, that the couch we sat on as children while the opening credits played, the couch that felt like the safest place in the world because the Simpsons were about to be on, and everything was fine. That couch is gone now. In a landfill. In someone else's living room. In a storage unit that we pay for every month and never open. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps running, as long as Bart is 10 years old and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the door at 5:30 in. The afternoon after another shift at the plant, we do not have to admit any of that. We can sit down. We can turn on the television. And we can go home to Evergreen Terrace, to the family that never changes in the town, that never ages in the show, that never ends. The loop is not their prison. It is ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tune in every week to make sure the walls are still standing, and the family is still intact, and the timeline is still floating. And every time we watch, every time we laugh, every time we quote a line from an episode that aired before most of us were born, we tighten the loop a little more. We make it a little more difficult for the family to escape into a future where things change and people grow and children become adults and parents become old and the house on. Evergreen Terrace becomes a place that belonged to a time that has passed. Because if the loop breaks, if the timeline stops floating and starts landing, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie finally says her second word, then the show ends. And the show ending means acknowledging something that the show's continued existence allows us to keep not acknowledging, that the version of America The Simpsons represents. The chaotic, resilient, eternally optimistic version of the middle-class American family. The family that survives everything and recovers from everything and resets every Sunday night and starts fresh every Sunday night was always fragile, was always temporary, was always one birthday away from becoming something we would not recognize as the thing we loved. The Simpsons are trapped in the loop because we trapped them there. We pressed pause in December 1989, and we never pressed play. And now here we are, 36 years later, watching the same family in the same house on the same street in the same impossible town. Waiting for something to change, knowing. Nothing will, because we will not let it. Every theory in this long walk through Springfield is different. Every theory uses different evidence, different logic, different assumptions about what the show is and what it is trying to say, but every theory arrives at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. And maybe the something is us. Maybe Springfield's deepest mystery is not the radiation or the coma or the shooting or the immortal billionaire. Maybe the deepest mystery is why a nation of people who pride themselves on moving forward, on progress, on the endless American commitment to the idea that tomorrow can be better than today, has spent 36 years pressing pause on this particular family. What are we protecting them from? What are we protecting ourselves from? What is the thing that we are not ready to acknowledge, the thing that the forever frozen Simpsons timeline is keeping us from having to face? The show does not answer that question. The show cannot answer that question, because answering it would require the show to end. And Springfield will never end. Because Springfield is ours. We built it. We live in it, and we will be back next Sunday. When Homer stumbles through the door after another day at the plant, and Marge is in the kitchen, and Bart is in trouble for something, and Lisa is at the kitchen table with her saxophone, and Maggie is watching all of it with those enormous knowing eyes. And everything will be exactly as it always was. And we will be home. Thank you for spending 4 hours in Springfield with me. If you made it to the end of this, you are extraordinary and the night is probably very late wherever you are. Drop a comment telling me which theory changed the way you see the show. And if you want more of this, more slow walks through the things that television hides in plain sight, go ahead and subscribe. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. That is the whole point. End of script. Section 11. The Floating Timeline. Why nobody in Springfield ever grows up. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the show debuted in December 1989. He is 10 years old right now. Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1 year old in 1989. She is 1 year old today. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their mid-30s when the show began. They are somewhere in their mid-30s at this moment, with no visible evidence that a single day has passed between the pilot episode and whatever episode aired most recently. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry has a name for this. The floating timeline. It means that the show's present is always the viewer's present. That when the episode airs, the characters are living in whatever year it is, that the year changes, and the technology changes and the cultural references update, but the characters remain locked at the ages they were when the show began. With no candles added to any birthday cake, no gray hairs appearing, no children growing past the grade levels they occupied in Season 1. It is a standard approach for long-running animated shows. The Simpsons is not unusual in using it. Most people encounter this feature and file it under production convention, an acknowledged limitation of the format that the audience agrees to accept in exchange for the ability to keep watching characters they love indefinitely. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has produced contradictions so large and so strange that they have stopped being ignorable anomalies and started being evidence of something. Consider what the floating timeline actually requires after 36 years. When the show began, Homer and Marge's backstory was anchored to the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school. Their courtship was set against the specific cultural backdrop of that era, with the music and the fashions and the cultural references of that period woven into the scenes that depicted their young love. Homer's hair in flashback scenes. Marge's prom dress. The entire texture of their early relationship was located in a specific time that made sense for people who were in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. The floating timeline kept their ages fixed while moving the present forward. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not meet in 1980. They met in approximately 2005. Their high school experience was not defined by Watergate and disco and the specific social landscape of the late 1970s. It was defined by MySpace and early YouTube and the cultural landscape of the mid-2000s. And the show has followed this logic. Not quietly. Not through subtle implication. Explicitly and directly, flashback episodes depicting Homer and Marge's youth have been rewritten at least 4 distinct times across the show's run. In different seasons, their formative years are located in different decades. They were hippies in one version, grunge-era teenagers in another, hipsters in a third. The show has depicted them growing up in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s, in a sequence of retcons that reflects the timeline's forward movement, while maintaining the fiction that the characters have not aged. Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. They have an approximation of a past, a provisional backstory that gets revised every few years to maintain the internal consistency of the present moment, at the cost of internal consistency with every previous version of the past. Their memories are unstable. Their origin story is a draft. The show treats this instability as normal because within the logic of a floating timeline, it is normal. Characters in long-running shows do not have histories. They have functional approximations of histories that serve the current narrative without binding it to previous narrative decisions. The past is whatever the present needs it to have been. Now apply the theories, because all of them converge on this point from their different directions, and the convergence is worth examining. The coma theory says no one ages because they exist in the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Homer went to sleep in April 1993. His children were the ages they were in April 1993. His wife looked the way she looked in April 1993. His memory of them is fixed at the moment of his last conscious experience of them, and the dream cannot make them older because Homer was not there for the aging. He cannot dream what he did not witness. So the dream keeps them as they were, preserved at the exact ages of his last clear memory of them. And they stay that way because that is all the dreaming mind has to work from. The radiation theory says no one ages because their mutated cellular biology has been altered in ways that have disrupted the normal progression of the aging process. The same contamination that produced Blinky's third eye and the four-fingered hands and the yellow skin and the compromised cognitive function has in the adults and children of Springfield. Done something to the cellular mechanisms that govern aging. Not stopped it entirely. Interrupted it, stalled it at a point that corresponds roughly to the biological age each character had reached when their exposure crossed whatever threshold produces the effect. The principle in the Popper theory says no one ages because Springfield has voted not to acknowledge the passage of time, the way it has voted not to acknowledge every other uncomfortable truth that would require it to confront something it prefers not to confront. Aging means change. Change means the version of Springfield that exists right now is not the version that will exist in the future. The future Springfield has aged children who have grown into adults, who have moved away from the house on Evergreen Terrace and built lives elsewhere, and a Springfield without. The Simpsons family in that house is a Springfield that has lost the thing that organized its identity. So the community, through whatever collective mechanism it uses to maintain its preferred reality, has agreed not to age, has voted, formally or informally or through the accumulated weight of thousands of individual decisions, not to look too closely at the calendar, to stay exactly as it is. And the Burns immortality theory contributes its own dimension. Burns has demonstrated that in this universe, the normal relationship between biology and time is negotiable for those with sufficient resources to negotiate it. His survival beyond the natural human lifespan, maintained through technology and wealth, establishes that aging is not an absolute constraint within Springfield's rules. If Burns can cheat death indefinitely, then maybe the other residents of Springfield have been exposed to whatever residue of his anti-aging treatments leaks into the water supply, into the air, into the ambient environment of a town that has been living downstream of his medical technology for decades. Maybe Springfield's population does not age because they have been inadvertently receiving, in trace amounts through the water and the air, some attenuated version of whatever Burns injects into himself each week to maintain his survival. second-hand immortality, passed through the same contamination channels that have been doing everything else to them. All of these theories arrive at the same destination through different paths. Time does not work in Springfield. Not because it is a cartoon. Because something, whether it is the radiation or the dream or the collective decision or the spillover from Burns's treatments or some combination of all four, has broken the normal relationship between the passage of time and the aging of the people who live in this town. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done it multiple times. The season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding flashes forward to show Lisa as a 23-year-old woman engaged to be married to an Englishman, navigating the specific complications of a relationship between someone who has spent her childhood in Springfield and someone who has not. The future it depicts is detailed and specific and emotionally resonant. Lisa has grown up. She has become recognizably the person the show suggested she would become, intelligent and principled and still carrying the loneliness that her intelligence produces, still searching for the connection that Springfield never quite offered her. The episode is beautiful. It is one of the show's most carefully constructed emotional achievements. It proves, conclusively, that the show knows how to imagine its characters as adults, and then it closes the window. Lisa returns to being 8 years old. The flash forward was a glimpse, a single episode speculation about one possible future, permitted and then retracted. The future is locked away. The permanent present reasserts itself. The timeline keeps floating. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. Because allowing it would mean allowing the story to end, and this is where the floating timeline reveals itself as something larger than a narrative device. The characters of The Simpsons are, by this point in the show's history, the longest-running fictional family in the history of American television. No other household has been on screen for this long in this continuous a form. The Simpsons have outlasted every other family on television. They have outlasted the careers of the people who created them, in the sense that the show has continued beyond the active involvement of much of the original creative team. They have outlasted the cultural moment that produced them and the cultural moments that followed that moment, adapting to each new context while remaining fundamentally unchanged in the ways that matter. They are permanent fixtures. And the floating timeline is what makes them permanent. Without it, The Simpsons ages. Without it, Bart goes to high school and then to college and then to wherever Bart goes when he is no longer a 10-year-old troublemaker, but a 25-year-old adult with a history. Without it, Lisa becomes the person that Lisa's Wedding suggested she would become. Still brilliant, still searching, but no longer the 8-year-old genius at the kitchen table, who has not yet been fully worn down by the world's resistance to her. Without it, Maggie speaks, walks, grows into whoever she is going to be, and the mystery of her is replaced by the reality of her. Without the floating timeline, The Simpsons becomes a show about time passing and people changing and the specific sadness of watching a family you love grow into the future you imagined for them, and then go on past it. The floating timeline keeps them here, keeps them where we can still reach them, where Homer is still the buffoon who loves his family more than he understands himself, where Marge is still the patient center around which everything else organizes, where Bart is still 10 and full of possibility that has not yet collapsed into outcome, where Lisa is still fighting, where Maggie is still watching. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be, because they represent something we cannot afford to let go of. The messy, chaotic, dysfunctional, loving, indestructible American family. The family that has no business surviving everything it has survived and survives it anyway. The family that loses and resets and loses and resets and somehow, impossibly, remains the family. The floating timeline is not their prison. It is a gift we give them and take from them simultaneously. We give them permanence. We take from them progress. We give them our attention forever. We take from them the ability to become. And when you understand this, when you sit with it and feel the weight of what it means that we have been doing this to them for 36 years, the show stops being a cartoon and becomes something else. A mirror. A very large, very old, very patient mirror, showing us the thing we cannot let go of. The idea that somewhere, on some television screen in some room in America, it is still 1989, and a yellow family is sitting on a couch that exists in a town that is everywhere and nowhere. And the children are still young, and the parents still love each other. And the chaos is still the manageable kind that ends before the episode does. And maybe that is enough. Maybe that is exactly enough. A final note on Springfield A&D, what it knows about US. Here is the thing that all of these theories share. Every theory about the Simpsons, every careful examination of the radiation and the coma and the shooting and the immortal billionaire and the episode that showed us the vote and the baby who is waiting and the predictions that keep coming true, every one of them arrives, eventually, at the same conclusion. The show knows something. Not in the supernatural sense that the prediction discourse implies when it reaches for the language of prophecy. In the simpler, more disturbing sense that a piece of cultural work that has been paying extremely close attention to a specific subject for 36 years accumulates a kind of knowledge about that subject that is difficult to fully articulate. The subject is America. Specifically, it is the version of America that most Americans experience rather than the version that gets depicted in more aspirational forms of media. The version where the power plant has 342 violations and nobody fixes them because the man who owns it does not need to fix them. The version where the most capable person in the family gets ignored because capability is inconvenient. The version where communities vote to maintain comfortable lies because the truth would require them to act on it. The version where a man can work his entire adult life for the person who destroyed his childhood and never understand the connection, because the connection has been buried by everyone with the means to bury it. The show knows this version of America. It has known it since 1989, and it has been depicting it, in one form or another, in every one of its 788 episodes. Not through bitter social realism, not through the gray, heavy, earnest framework of prestige drama that wants you to understand how bad things are. Through comedy. Through the specific mercy of comedy, which allows you to look at difficult things from an angle that makes them survivable. Through Homer falling down and getting back up. Through Bart's pranks and their consequences. Through Lisa's ongoing, exhausting, beautiful refusal to stop fighting, through Maggie's silence and everything it contains, through the reset that comes at the end of every episode, the merciful reset that says you do not have to carry this particular weight forward, that tomorrow the family will still be here and the house will still be standing, and you can come back to them. The show knows that most people live with versions of the things Springfield contains, the contamination that nobody talks about. The powerful person who controls the thing everyone depends on and who will not be held accountable. The community's agreement to forget what would be too expensive to remember. The gap between who people could be and who they get to be. The love that sustains people through circumstances that should make love impossible. It knows these things. and it has been telling you about them for 36 years in the only language it has available, which is the language of a cartoon family in a yellow house in a town that cannot be found on any map. Springfield is not a prediction. Springfield is a record. A 36-year record of everything America has been, rendered in yellow and four fingers and cracked cooling towers and a baby who watches everything and says nothing. The record continues. Springfield will be here next week. It always is. Section 12, Bart and Lisa. The two halves of Springfield's soul. We have spent most of our time in Springfield with Homer, and with Burns, and with the systems that connect them. We have spent time with Maggie and Mona and the institutional machinery of a town that chooses its reality through vote. We have examined the plant and the coma and the shooting and the floating timeline. But before we fully close our walk through Springfield, there are two characters who deserve their own careful attention, not because they are the most mysterious or the most theorized about or the most laden with the kind of canonical evidence that builds a theory into something you cannot dismiss, but because they are, between them, the emotional argument that the show has been making since its first episode. Bart and Lisa Simpson. They are the two halves of Springfield's soul. Let us start with Bart. Bartholomew Jojo Simpson, 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. His primary activities are skateboarding, watching television, conducting pranks, calling Moe's Tavern under false pretenses, and a kind of chaotic low-level insurgency against the authority structures of his immediate world that has been running continuously since the show began. Bart is Springfield's rebel, not the deep, principled, politically conscious rebellion that Lisa wages against the specific injustices she identifies. Bart's rebellion is more fundamental than that. It is the rebellion of someone who has looked at the rules and found them arbitrary, looked at the authorities and found them unworthy, looked at the systems and found them rigged, and decided, consciously or not, to refuse participation on principle. Bart does not rebel against specific injustices the way Lisa does. He rebels against the general condition of being controlled by people he does not respect, against the specific demand that children defer to adults, not because the adults have demonstrated any superior wisdom or judgment, but simply because they are adults, and adults are in charge, against the institutional requirement to perform compliance with a set of expectations that nobody bothered to explain the purpose of, and that nobody can demonstrate actually produce the outcomes they claim to produce. He rebels by being ungovernable. In a town that functions, as we have explored at considerable length, through the mechanism of collective compliance with established fictions, Bart's ungovernable quality is not merely annoying. It is a structural threat. Springfield runs on the agreement of its residents to accept the version of reality that has been provided. The agreement requires compliance. Bart does not comply. He does not comply with school. He does not comply with authority. He does not comply with the expectation that he will become the kind of person the system is designed to produce. He is, in the most fundamental sense available to a 10-year-old, an insurgent. And the system absorbs his insurgency without being meaningfully destabilized by it. This is the darkest thing about Bart Simpson, the thing that is easy to miss because the comedy around it is so effective. Bart's rebellion does not change anything. He pranks Skinner, and Skinner remains principal. He defies Homer, and Homer remains his father, and his own character does not permanently change. He challenges the school's authority, and the school remains intact. Springfield absorbs Bart the way Springfield absorbs everything else, through the combined mechanisms of the reset and the collective tolerance for his specific kind of disruption. which is tolerable precisely because it is disruptive in ways that never threaten the actual structure of anything. Bart rebels within the boundaries that Springfield permits for rebellion. His insurgency is contained. The town has space for a kid who rides his skateboard too fast and calls the tavern with fake names. The town does not have space for a kid who pulls the thread that unravels the power plant's violation cover-up. Bart's rebellion is real, and it costs him real things. Detention and disappointment and the specific loneliness of being the bad kid in a school that expects you to be the bad kid and treats you accordingly. But it is bounded. It is the kind of rebellion that exhausts the rebel without threatening the structure he is rebelling against. And Bart seems to know this at some level. Not consciously, not in the way that Lisa would know it, with full intellectual clarity about the mechanisms at work. But somewhere in the instinctive part of him that directs the pranks and the skateboard routes and the telephone calls to Mo, there is an awareness that none of this is going anywhere. That the principal will still be there tomorrow. That Homer will still be his father. That Springfield will still be Springfield. That the rebellion is the only thing available to him, so he conducts it with everything he has. And he does not ask too hard what it is actually achieving, because asking that question produces an answer that is too large to hold. The answer is that it is not achieving anything. And if it is not achieving anything, then what is the point of the rebellion? And if there is no point to the rebellion, what is the point of being Bart? The show never asks Bart this question directly. It allows him his insurgency and his dignity and his skateboard and his 10-year-old certainty that the rules are wrong and that defying them is the right response. It allows him all of this because the alternative is a Bart who has understood his situation clearly and been broken by the understanding. And the show loves Bart too much to break him. But underneath the comedy, underneath the pranks and the catchphrases and the specific joy that Bart generates in being exactly who he is, there is a child who has been fighting. A fight that cannot be won against a system that is not moved by any weapon he has available to him. He fights it anyway. Every day, without stopping. Because that is what Bart does. Now Lisa. Lisa Marie Simpson, 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. She plays the saxophone. She reads constantly across multiple subjects simultaneously. She thinks about ethics and politics and science and music and the relationship between intelligence and responsibility in a community that does not reward intelligence and does not distribute responsibility equitably. She is at 8 years old already more informed and more thoughtful about the world around her than most of the adults who are responsible for managing it. And she is profoundly, persistently, quietly devastated. Not publicly devastated. Not in a way that produces dramatic breakdowns or sustained narrative arcs about her suffering. The show handles Lisa's devastation the way it handles most of its most serious emotional content. Embedded in the comedy, present in the background, available to anyone who is, paying attention but never demanding attention in a way that would interrupt the joke. Lisa's devastation is the devastation of a person who can see something clearly and cannot get anyone else to look at it. She can see the plant's violations. She has the intelligence to understand what 342 violations mean for the people living downwind of them. She has the scientific literacy to understand what three-eyed fish suggest about water quality and what water quality issues suggest about the health of the people drinking that. Water. Nobody looks. She can see the gap between what Springfield's institutions claim to be and what they actually are. The school that is supposed to educate children and consistently fails to. The government that is supposed to serve the community and consistently serves the people with the most resources. The legal system that is supposed to distribute accountability equitably and consistently protects those who can afford to be protected. Nobody looks. She can see herself. She can see what she is capable of. She can see the specific cruelty of being this capable in this environment, of being a person with the tools to understand and describe and potentially address the structural problems of the place she lives, embedded in a context that has no mechanism for applying those tools to anything that matters. She fights anyway. Every episode, without crediting the possibility that the fight is futile. Without the strategic withdrawal into invisibility that Maggie's intelligence produced. Lisa's approach to being exceptional in a context that punishes exceptionality is to keep being exceptional at full volume, regardless of cost. Because the alternative is to be less than what she is, and that is a cost she is not willing to pay. There is a specific conversation that the show has never had, but that the show's own structure implies should happen. Lisa and Maggie, if they could talk to each other about what it means to be the most capable person in the room and be ignored for it, would have completely opposite things to say. Lisa's version. Keep fighting. Do not diminish yourself for the comfort of people who are made uncomfortable by what you are. Pay the cost. Bear the isolation. Keep fighting, because the alternative is capitulation to a world that wants you smaller than you are. Maggie's version. Be invisible. Do not fight. Let them underestimate you. Let the invisibility be the weapon. Pay the cost in silence and loneliness, yes, but work in the spaces where nobody is looking, where the oversight is not directed, where the assumptions about what a baby or a woman or a quiet person is capable of create the room you need to actually accomplish something. Two sisters. Two responses to the same problem. One announces herself and bears the consequences. One conceals herself and bears different consequences, both of them in the same house, both of them paying a price. The show has never directly contrasted these approaches with the explicit framing of two strategies for surviving a world that does not want to acknowledge what they are. The comedy does not leave room for that level of direct articulation, but the contrast is there, built into the show's structure, available to anyone who is watching both of them at the same time. The tragedy of the Simpson children, taken together, is this. Bart, the one the world expects to amount to nothing, is the one who fights the hardest. Lisa, the one who has everything required to change the world, is the one who is most consistently failed by the world she is trying to change. Maggie, the one nobody notices, is the one who is actually the most capable. And all three of them are 10 and 8 and 1 year old. Forever. In a town where nothing they do will ever produce a consequence that outlasts the episode, where every act of rebellion will be absorbed, every injustice will be forgotten, every demonstration of extraordinary capability will be noticed and then set aside. Every fight will reset. And they fight anyway. Every episode. That is the emotional argument the show has been making since its first episode. Not a political argument about corporate power or environmental contamination or institutional capture or any of the things the theories we have explored identify as. Springfield's structural problems. Those arguments are in the show, deeply embedded, available to anyone who looks closely enough. The emotional argument is simpler. Keep going. Keep going in the face of the reset. Keep going in the face of the forgetting. Keep going when the rebellion does not change anything, and the fight does not move anyone, and the capability goes unacknowledged, and the injustice continues. Keep going when you are 10 years old and 8 years old and 1 year old, and you will still be those ages when you wake up tomorrow, and the week after that, and the year after that. Keep going. because that is what the Simpson family does. They keep going. Homer falls down and gets back up, over and over and over, not because getting back up produces anything different from what falling down produced, but because getting back up is what he does. It is who he is, and in the specific way that the show has always understood resilience, that is enough. It does not have to produce progress. It does not have to build toward anything. It just has to continue. Bart pranks and gets caught and learns nothing and pranks again. Lisa fights and gets defeated and learns everything and fights again. Maggie watches and waits, and Marge holds all of it together. She always has. She will. Section 13. Marge. The weight everything rests on. There is one more person to talk about before we leave. Marge Simpson. We have talked about her in the context of other things, her exposure to the plant, her possible role in the Burns shooting, her role as the emotional stabilizer of the Simpson family. But Marge Simpson deserves to be examined directly because she is the most underestimated character in the show, and the underestimation is the point, and the point is one of the most quietly devastating things the show has been doing for 36 years. Marge is the most competent person in the Simpson household. This is not a controversial position. This is visible in virtually every episode. Homer creates disasters. Bart creates smaller disasters. Lisa creates the specific kind of creative chaos that comes from someone with strong principles operating in an environment that does not share them. Maggie watches. And Marge manages all of it. She manages the household economy on a budget that should not support the lifestyle the family maintains. She manages Homer's emotional volatility with a patience that goes well beyond what anyone could reasonably be expected to maintain. She manages Bart's consequences and Lisa's crusades and the ongoing challenge of raising 3 children in a contaminated town with an unreliable husband and a neighbor whose wife's death her husband is indirectly responsible for. She manages all of this without complaint. Without, notably, recognition. The show loves Marge. The show has always loved Marge. The specific warmth with which Marge is drawn, the care that goes into the episodes that center her experience, the genuine respect that the show's construction holds for what she does and who she is, these are visible and real. Marge is not treated dismissively by the show, but she is treated dismissively by Springfield. By Homer, who loves her but does not, cannot, fully see her, not because he is cruel, because he is Homer, and Homer's capacity for seeing the people around him is limited by the same cognitive constraints that limit everything else about him. He sees Marge as the stable center of his world, which she is, but he does not see the cost of maintaining that stability because he has never been required to calculate it by the community, which perceives Marge through the lens of her household role and treats that role as both natural and sufficient. Marge is Homer's wife and the children's mother, and the neighbor and the community volunteer, and the person who can be relied on to hold things together. She is trusted with these roles and respected in them. She is not considered for anything beyond them. There are episodes that explore what Marge wants beyond what the household requires. Episodes that follow her into art and into bowling and into professional ambition and into the specific longing for something that is entirely hers, not defined by its relationship to Homer, or the children, or the house on Evergreen Terrace. These episodes are among the show's most emotionally direct and most honest. And they all end with Marge returning to the household. Every time. Not because the show is saying that the household is all she should want. The episodes that explore her ambitions take those ambitions seriously. They do not condescend to her desire for something beyond the domestic sphere, but they consistently place those desires in a context where maintaining them costs more than the resources available to her, in time and energy and emotional capital that the household continually draws against, and she comes back. Not because she is defeated, because she chooses, and this is the most important thing about Marge, the thing the show has been quietly and consistently saying about her for 36 years. Marge chooses. Every day, every episode, every morning when Homer has made things harder than they needed to be, and every evening when the family has created new consequences that need to be managed, and every night when the day is done and the children are in bed and the dishes are done and the house is quiet and Marge sits with her own thoughts for whatever moment is available before the next. Day begins. She chooses to stay, not because she has no alternative. The show has depicted alternatives, has shown that Marge is capable of things beyond the household, has shown that she has skills and intelligence and presence that would be valued in contexts beyond the domestic. 1. She is not staying because she does not know she could go. She stays because she has looked at what she has, at this flawed, chaotic, contaminated, impossibly resilient family, and decided that they are worth it. This choice, made continuously and deliberately and with full awareness of its cost, is the load-bearing element of the entire show. Without Marge's choice, the house on Evergreen Terrace does not hold. Without Marge's choice, Homer's coma dream has nothing at its center worth dreaming about. Without Marge's choice, the Simpson family, in all of its dysfunction and its warmth and its capacity to absorb catastrophe and reset without losing the essential thing that makes it the Simpson family, does not exist. Every theory about Springfield, every observation about the plant and the coma and the shooting and the floating timeline, every analysis of every strange and buried and disturbing thing that this show has been quietly doing for 36 years rests on the foundation of Marge Simpson's daily choice to stay. She is the most powerful person in Springfield, more powerful than Maggie, whose genius operates in the margins, more powerful than Burns, whose power is mechanical and resource-dependent, more powerful than anyone in this town, because her power is the power of choosing something difficult every day, without the recognition that choice deserves, without the acknowledgement that its cost requires, and continuing to choose it anyway. Not because it is easy, because it is hers. The coma theory says Homer dreams the family because they are what he loves most. If that is true, then Marge is what he loves most specifically. She is the center of the dream, the thing the dream is protecting, the reason the simulation runs. And in the waking world, in whatever version of Springfield is real, she is the reason the family is still the family. 36 years. Every episode. She chose this. She keeps choosing it. Section 14, Springfield AS America. The mirror A&D what it shows. There is a moment in almost every conversation about The Simpsons where someone says something like, "It used to be so good," or "It was different in the early seasons," or "I stopped watching around season 10. This conversation has been happening for 25 years. It is so common that it has become its own kind of cultural fixture. The conversation about when The Simpsons declined sitting alongside the show itself as a permanent feature of the cultural landscape. The coma theory has its answer for this. The radiation theory has its answer. The floating timeline analysis has its answer. But there is a simpler answer. one that does not require any of those frameworks, that is worth spending a few minutes with before we leave. The Simpsons did not decline because the writers got lazy. The writers have never been lazy. The show has continued to produce individual episodes of genuine quality and genuine emotional resonance well into its later seasons. The Simpsons did not decline because the animation got worse, or because the characters lost their internal consistency, or because any single creative decision broke something. That could not be repaired. The Simpsons feels different now because America feels different now. When the show began in 1989, the targets of its satire were recognizable as slightly exaggerated versions of things that existed. The corrupt billionaire, the incompetent government official, the captured regulatory system, the working-class family managing structural disadvantages that the people above them in the economic hierarchy had arranged to be permanent. These were recognizable as satire because the real versions of them, while present and while doing real damage, were still operating within the boundaries of what people could identify as the system functioning improperly. The satire worked because there was a baseline of how things should work that the satire was measured against. 36 years later, many of the things the show was satirizing have become too literal to satirize effectively. The show depicted a billionaire who owned the town's power supply and used that ownership to operate outside any meaningful accountability. In 2025, the concentration of economic and political power in a small number of individuals has produced real-world examples of this that are difficult to distinguish from the show's depiction of Burns. The show depicted a captured regulatory system that allowed an obviously dangerous facility to continue operating. The real-world accumulation of examples of regulatory capture has made this feel less like exaggeration and more like description. When the target of your satire becomes the literal reality rather than the exaggerated version of it, the satire loses its angle. You cannot punch up at something you are standing inside. This is not The Simpsons' failure. It is the culture's. The show did not lose its edge. The edge became the landscape, and landscapes cannot be satirized from within themselves in the same way that they can be satirized from outside. Springfield is not a funhouse mirror of America anymore. It is a regular mirror. And the reflection it shows is exactly what has always been there. The cracked towers, and the captured institutions, and the population too affected by what it has been given to, clearly see what it has been given, made more visible now than it was in 1989, not because the show has changed, but because the reality it was always depicting has become harder to look away from. The genius of the early Simpsons was that it could show you the truth through the mercy of exaggeration. The achievement of the later Simpsons is that it continues to show you the truth even when the exaggeration is no longer required. Springfield is America. It has always been America. The plant is the plant. Burns is Burns. Homer is Homer. The vote to maintain the comfortable lie is the vote we all participate in one form or another. Every time we choose not to look at the thing that would require us to act if we acknowledged it. And the family in the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace, the family that absorbs catastrophe and resets and absorbs again and keeps going, always keeps going, that family is also us, the part of us that is resilient beyond what resilience should be able to achieve. The part that loves each other through circumstances that should have made loving impossible. The part that is still sitting on that couch every Sunday night, together, in the blue light of the screen, getting through another week in Springfield. Getting through another week in America. The show understands something about endurance that it has never stated directly because the comedy would not survive it. That endurance is not a virtue of the strong. It is the only option available to people who are not powerful enough to change their circumstances and not broken enough to stop trying. The Simpsons endure. That is what they do. That is what the show is about. And 36 years in, with 788 episodes behind them and however many ahead, with all of the theories and all of the mysteries and all of the things we have spent the last 4 hours looking at together, that is still the most important thing the show has ever said. The family is still there. The house is still standing. The cracked cooling towers are still leaking, and Burns is still alive, and the fish in the river still have 3 eyes, and nobody has aged in 3.5 decades, and the timeline is still floating, and the vote to maintain the comfortable fiction is still being held in every Springfield heart every day. And Homer still finds his way home by the end of the episode. And Marge is still there when he does. And that is enough. That has always been enough. Springfield will be here when you need it. It always has been. A note on the show's relationship with its own darkness. The Simpsons has never described itself as a dark show. Matt Groening has said in interviews that the show was always meant to be, at its core, about family. About love, about the specific, difficult, sustaining love of a family that is not perfect and does not pretend to be. Navigating a world that is not fair and does not pretend to be, and managing to stay together anyway. The darkness is there. We have spent 4 hours with it. The contamination and the coma and the institutional corruption and the conspiracy that broke 3 generations of one family and the community that votes to maintain its comfortable fictions. It is all there, deeply embedded, available to anyone willing to look. The show did not hide it. It built it in and then covered it with jokes and kept going. But the jokes are not a disguise. They are a delivery mechanism. The show understood something that the prestige drama format, with its commitment to sustained, unrelieved heaviness, sometimes struggles to understand. That people can receive difficult truths more completely when those truths are delivered alongside something that makes them feel survivable. That laughter is not the enemy of insight. That Homer falling down and getting back up is not a distraction from the fact that Homer has been falling down his entire life because of things the system did to him before he was old enough to understand. It is the same fact, expressed in the only way that the audience can absorb it without being overwhelmed. You laugh at Homer because Homer is funny. You carry Homer with you after the episode ends. Because Homer is real. The comedy and the darkness are not in opposition. They are the same material, approached from different angles simultaneously in a way that allows the show to say things that straight drama cannot say, because straight drama does not have the safety valve of the joke. When Homer loses 5% of his brain function and laughs at information he does not understand, that is funny. When Homer laughs because his brain is damaged and the damage is the result of spending his entire life in the proximity of unaddressed industrial contamination and nobody in. Springfield is going to do anything about it? That is devastating. The show holds both of those things in the same moment. That is the achievement. Not the predictions. Not the mysteries. Not the theories, as satisfying and as internally rigorous as the best of them are. The achievement is the capacity to hold the comedy and the darkness in the same frame and to make both of them true simultaneously. Springfield is funny. Springfield is real. Springfield is ours, and the show that has been depicting it for 36 years. Through every possible combination of the comic and the devastating. Through every theory and every mystery and Every buried storyline and every reset and every moment where Homer finds his way home by the end of the episode has never stopped trying to make sure you understood that. Both things are true. The family is broken. The family endures. Both things, always at the same time. That is Springfield, that is The Simpsons, that is us. One last thing. There is a shot near the end of many Simpsons episodes. Not every episode, but many of them. The family on the couch. The television on. The blue light of the screen falling across their faces. Homer, large and yellow and in his usual position of moderate relaxation that conceals a deeper exhaustion. Marge beside him. Her impossible hair reaching toward the ceiling, her expression containing everything she is thinking and choosing not to say. Bart at the other end, still vibrating with the energy of whatever chaos the episode has produced. Lisa with a book, always with a book, her intelligence seeking the comfort of something that will meet it where it is. And Maggie, small and still, watching. Always watching. That shot has been the same for 36 years. The technology on the television has changed. The cultural references have shifted. The year has moved forward. But the family on the couch is the same family. The blue light is the same blue light. The house is the same house. And the feeling that the shot produces, the feeling of arriving somewhere familiar, the specific warmth of returning to something that has been there every time you needed it to be there, that feeling has not changed either. It will not change, because that is the contract. The show and its audience made an agreement in 1989, and the show has honored that agreement with every episode since. Come back. We will be here. The family will be here. The house will be standing. The couch will hold everyone. The television will be on. Come back whenever you need to. We will be here. Springfield will always be here. The cracked towers leaking their invisible contamination into the water. The old man in his office at the top glowing faintly, sustained by his weekly maintenance. Alive past any reasonable expectation of it. The baby in her high chair watching everything, waiting. The rebel on his skateboard fighting a fight that will not be won and fighting it anyway. The genius at her table arguing with a world that does not want to hear it, arguing anyway. The woman holding all of it together, choosing every day to hold it together, with no more recognition than the structure of a house gives to its load-bearing walls. And Homer, stumbling through the door at 5:30, home from the plant. The same plant, the same door, the same stumble, 36 years of it. Home. The family is there. The family is always there. And you know the house. You know the couch. You know the faces. You have always known them. They are yours. They have always been yours. That is the whole thing. That is the whole, beautiful, broken, enduring, impossible thing. Good night.